Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. If you're watching this when this is not live, be sure to check the description or the pinned comment for a timestamp so you can skip ahead to the main content. In the meantime, we're going to hang out in the waiting room, so I'll see you soon. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Listed Sprint Week, Day 2. Today is all about features. We are going to be adding all the things to the app to make it more production ready, more user-friendly. Features, 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 and more features. We will not debug an auth library for 4 hours. We will work on features that are useful. Yeah, I changed my camera angle. You can't see my laptop anymore, which is here. You can see my keyboard though. And I did this, so. But, okay, welcome in everyone. And by features, we mean rewrite. No. And Paolo's in the chat, so Paolo's going to be joining us in about 8 minutes or so. I'll give you a rundown of what this is if you're new here. And then Paolo, I'm going to actually be pair programming with Paolo today. His name is Paolo. His name in Twitch chat is Pablo. We'll call him Paolo. And it's going to be fun. So I'm going to pair with him. We're actually going to be implementing the Vue transition API using his open source library. And then after that, if there are any noobs that would like to pair in the Discord, I might pull you in to work on one of the features that we prioritize. So if you missed yesterday's stream, we made a list of the things that we want to get done in priority order before we deploy this thing. So if you'd like to pair with me, hop in the Discord. There's a thread in the main channel. This will be after I pair with Paolo, so in roughly an hour, hour and a half. So we did planning and prioritization yesterday. Today is features, all about features. Okay, but let me tell you what this app does. And then also, Magarin says, can I follow you today if you weren't there yesterday? I don't know what that means. You're allowed to follow me. You can click that follow button. But this is Listed. It is an app that allows users to create lists of YouTube channels. For example, I have a list called the Coding Garden Universe. Right now, it actually just has the Coding Garden channel. But we can edit this list and also add the Coding Garden archive channel, which technically isn't active anymore because I've resumed live streams on the main channel. But here's the idea. Now I can have a list that has videos from both of these channels in a single feed. So if we scroll down, we'll see here are live streams from the archive channel that are now intermixed with videos from my main channel. For instance, you could also create a list that takes channels from related content from creators that you like. So this is the GMM universe list that I created. So I like to watch Good Mythical Morning. And so this list has Mythical Kitchen, the Ear Biscuits podcast, Good Mythical Morning, Good Mythical More, and the Rhett and Link channel. And I just noticed that they published a new Rhett and Link video 4 hours ago. So I'm going to be watching that after stream. But the idea is this feed now has videos from all of those channels in it. You can see right now shorts are intermixed and intermingled with live streams. One of the features we have on the list to implement is being able to filter by type. So be able to toggle shorts on and off or live streams on and off. This does look interesting and I want to watch it right now, but I'm going to hold off on watching that video. There's no way they're done. There's no way, right? Maybe there is, but there's no way. There's no way. Maybe here's the thing. Okay, I'm getting off topic, but they have other channels, right? So they're mainly known these days for Good Mythical Morning. The Rhett and Link channel, they resumed where they're doing like one-off videos and something like sketches and stuff like that. It could be that they're done with that. There's no way they're done with Good Mythical Morning. It's too successful, and they can't be replaced. I don't know. The other thing you could do is create playlists for other types of content. So, for example, I have the Syntax Boys list. So this has Syntax FM and Wes Boss, and now you get a feed that has videos from both Wes Boss's channel and the Syntax channel. Similarly, you could create a list of cooking channels. Let's just do it. So if I create a list, call this cooking channels, all my fave cooking channels. And you can set the visibility. Right now, we actually are not obeying that visibility in terms of opening a link, but that's a feature we're going to work on. But you can set this as unlisted, private, or public. And then you can search for channels. So a channel I like to watch is Maddie Matheson. He is really funny and has great recipes. I also watch The Internet Shaquille. I don't know if I spelled that right. I guess I did. And sort of a cooking channel, but You Suck at Cooking is, I mean, it's comedy, but it also, I mean, I technically, my wife got me the cookbook for Christmas, so it's somewhat useful. But You Suck at Cooking is really fun. There's also Binging with Babish. Actually, did they change the name to the Babish Culinary Universe? Yeah, they did. But for example, I can now make a list with those 4 cooking channels, and this, as you can see, takes a while because we are actually going out and caching all of the metadata for all of the videos for all of these channels right now. And so we actually have a feature on the list that is show the user a little mini game to play while this is happening. We also have on the list some architecture we need to work out where that caching of data is more scalable. So when lots of users are using the app and adding similar channels, that'll be better. But now that data is cached inside of Redis, and this list will now load instantly. So if I go back over here, we get this list, and you can see if I go back in time all the way to the bottom, we have videos, all videos from all channels up to, like, in this case, 9 years ago. But yeah, now I have a nice little cooking list. So this is the app. We're doing everything we can to deploy it. It is not deployed yet. The plan is to do everything we can over during this week to get it nice and in good working order, and then we will deploy it. Hopefully tomorrow. This list is looking way too long to be done by tomorrow. So maybe Thursday, but this week we will absolutely do everything we can to deploy it. So yeah, this is the app. The first thing we're going to work on are page transitions with Pablo Paying in the Twitch chat, also known as Paolo. And before that, I'll say hi to everybody. We have about 2 minutes before I bring Paolo on. And so Paolo, get ready. I guess I should go ahead and make sure that that's not visible. But yeah, let's say hello, and then we will get right into it. I believe we're using the latest version of Skeleton as well. Yeah, so if you take a look at our package.json, we are on Skeleton version 2.8, which I believe is at least 2.8, which is, I believe, is the latest. Paolo's in my editor. All right, let's say hi, and then we'll bring Paolo in. If you want me to say hi to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hiyo, or vohayo, or boga hey. Say any one of these things. I will notice you, and we're going to do a speed run, fast as possible, saying hello to everyone. Hello, Mark, and Malin, and Pranyan, and Secret Val, and Lester Cat, and Faaab, and Arpajan, and Shoes, and Eddie. And actually, I need to mute Paolo really quick. Cool. And hello, Ariane and Eddie and Slake and Make It Pies and Veeb and Irasum and Setio. What's up, Tunify and Pablo and Moshiko and Lucky Luke and Zyrus and Matt Cobalt and Demerka. Hello, Sir Tim and JT Fogar and Part Time Married and Shake and Bake and Bilk a User and Taylor Basinger and Nate Codes. What's up, Nate? Shout out to Nate. He streams here on Twitch. You should check him out. He's been streaming a lot lately. What's up, Diamond and Podsy and Sir Mikado and Zwedix and Arar and Fabian or Fabian. Good to see you all. Welcome in. Who's ready to write some features? Type 1 in chat if you're ready to see some features, some actual new things in the app to make it a lot nicer. All right, so I'm gonna go to the Be Right Back screen for like a minute, just make sure that we get everything set up with Paolo. But I will be back soon. Don't touch that dial. No more than 60 seconds. I'll be back. Check, check, check. Can you hear me now? Make sure you mute the live stream though. All right. You should be able to see me. Paolo, can you do a mic check?
Yes, 1, 2, 3. Check, check.
Cool. Chat, let us know if you can hear both of us and we have good levels. But please welcome Paolo. Paolo is a Svelte ambassador. He's the creator and maintainer of many open source libraries, and also the creator of SvelteLab. Please welcome Paolo. Yes. And Paolo, feel free to introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, I am Paolo, and as was saying, like, I am a Svelte ambassador, which, I mean, at the end of the day, it just means that I won't shut up about Svelte. So we'll talk about Svelte enough. And yeah, I work as a full stack software engineer at Main Matter, which is a consultancy agency. And I'm fortunate enough to be able to work with Svelte, which is something that I was craving, and I actually got to do it. And even better, like, I'm actually teaching Svelte because we not only do workshop and stuff like that, and also, I mean, if anyone is interested, there are a couple of free workshop that we are doing. One is in Munich, the 23rd of February, and one is in Amsterdam, the 29th of February. And in general, like, we are teaching Svelte to our clients, so it's fun. It's very fun.
And where can they find more about that? Is it on your Twitter profile, or is there like a site they can go to?
Yeah, I mean, I will generally like retweet when the official Main Matter profile tweet about these events.
Okay.
So yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at Paolo Ricciuti, and you will probably find those those events.
Sounds good. Yeah, and mods, if at any time we need links for Paolo, just do !yes. That has his Twitter and Twitch and everything. So people should follow you on Twitch too. You've started streaming recently, right?
Yes, I mean, if you want, I don't know. I currently, like, my position is I am a father of a 2-year-old, and so I'm basically streaming whenever my wife is making my son sleep. So while she's trying to make him sleep, I'm working on a side project in SvelteKit. So if you're interested, you can follow. And like this, it's kind of the time I'm streaming, like mostly in a couple of hours from now. So if you are interested.
Awesome. Well, let's jump into it. I think it's like you've been following this stream for a while, right? Like were you here from the beginning when we started working on this app?
Yes.
Cool. And this wasn't on our feature list yesterday, but I think it's a good idea because it'll be fun to show off one of Paolo's libraries. And also fun to see him work on this code base. So, I guess can you talk a bit about what the library is, and I'll pull it up here on
Yes. Okay.
GitHub.
So the library is basically to allow for an easy use of the View Transition API. The View Transition API is basically a new API that it's only available, like I think it's available in Chrome and Chromium in general, so Edge and Arc and stuff like that. And it's also available on, I think it's available in Safari, but I'm not 100% sure. But the best part is that like it's just an animation, so it's not something like, it should not be the key feature of your application.
Yeah.
And also it's also very easy to progressive enhance. So if you don't have view transition in the DOM, it's fine. Like it will just fail, and you can just like do a basic if check to allow to the normal flow of the application, basically.
Okay. And
But
I didn't think about this. I use Firefox. I'm gonna have to use Chrome to see these, right? Or Chromium?
you won't see
Okay.
the animation yet.
Cool.
And the fact is that SvelteKit maintainers actually created a very low-level API. So I don't know if you want to, like, would you prefer to first try to implement it just with the SvelteKit API, and then we can try to implement with my library, or do you want to go straight feature and we go directly with my library?
I mean, I kind of just want to use your library. Maybe we can talk through how it's different instead of implementing the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can quickly talk about, like, I mean, I think it's easier to show.
Okay.
So if you go to, I don't know, so to the plus layout, Svelte.
Here, I'm going to start following you. So whatever file you're in, we will see that.
Okay, so you can see that I'm here. And basically, like, after navigate is something that is running after you navigate. So when you go back, when you go to a new route, it will actually run this code. But there is also another couple of hook, and one is before navigate and one is on navigate.
Okay.
And basically, like, before navigate will run as soon as the navigation start. But the problem with before navigate is that it will run before the load function runs. And basically, like, the view transition API, how it works is that it takes literally a screenshot of the DOM. It then overlays your DOM into the new DOM, and then it slowly morph one into the other. And so this is a problem if you are running before the load function.
Yeah.
Because the load function is generally when you are fetching the data, so it's very slow. And so basically the DOM will freeze for a long period of time. Okay. And so they introduced this on navigate hook, which instead run before the navigation happen, but immediately before the navigation is about to happen. So after the load function.
I see.
And to implement basically this is the hook that it was implemented for this exact reason. Like, they wanted the view transition API to work well with SvelteKit.
Right.
And to make everything work with on navigate, basically you should do a bit of as I've said, is a bit low level. Because, like, you have to call on navigate. You have to pass a function, which should be an async function. And inside these, you can check if document.startViewTransition is a thing. And this is for the progressive enhancement story.
I see.
And as you can see, like, it's so new that there's not even TypeScript for that.
Yeah.
You can return if you want. And if you if there's no document start view transition. If there is start view transition, I don't have the formatter. That's bad. If there is I should have the formatter.
We're using ESLint. If you run ESLint fix.
Yeah, I should. Maybe that's I was trying to run ESLint. Okay, well, let's ignore
Sure.
it for a moment. So basically, like, if you want to instead of run a new transition, you need to return a promise. You need to return a new promise, and inside this promise, basically you get the resolve, and then you can do document.startViewTransition, and this basically will start the transition. And this start view transition takes a function as input, an async function. And inside here, what you can do is you can get back these, and this is you can get back the complete promise. You can await the complete promise. Oh gosh, complete. And then you can resolve your function. So, and actually the opposite. So basically all of these just to do the navigation, because this is checking if you have the start view transition available, and then you are returning a promise. And when you return a promise from this, basically you are telling SvelteKit, okay, wait for this promise to resolve before you can actually complete the navigation. And then you start the view transition, you resolve the promise so that SvelteKit can go ahead and do the navigation, and then you await complete, so that this is SvelteKit telling you, okay, now I finished my navigation. This start view transition finishes, and all the magic of the browser happen.
I see.
This is, I mean, it's a bit of a code. It's not like probably you can memorize this and like deal with it, but it's quite complex. You have to remember where is a promise, when is not a promise. You have to remember when to resolve and stuff like that. And also in the view transition API, like it's kind of a clunky API, because often you need to, for example, add classes to the DOM before the view transition start, remove classes before it happens, and stuff like that. So yeah, Mattia, I'm shilling my libraries.
Yeah, and shout out to Mattia as well. Glad to see him in the chat. He runs the Joy of Code YouTube channel, so he does a lot of Svelte over there too. I'm curious though. So what was I going to say? Oh yeah, is there any way to polyfill this? Like, because it doesn't work in Firefox, is there anything we can do? I guess not. No. Okay.
I don't think there's a way, because again, it's literally the browser taking a screenshot of your whole screen and then morphing the two together.
I see.
But again, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just an animation, so it's fine. If it doesn't run, it's fine.
Okay.
But again, this is a pretty low-level API, which means that you really have like the ability to do whatever you want. Like you can insert code before the transition start, after it's started, but before it's resolved, and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's a bit like it's a lot of code to write every time, and so that's why I wrote my library.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I think in a code base where you're doing a lot of view transitions, this would be everywhere, and like you would end up writing your own utility function, kind of abstracted away. So yeah, I think that makes sense.
I mean, in theory, you can write it in the layout and be done, but you actually probably want to have access to some part of this life cycle inside other components too. So
cool. Awesome. Well, should we install it? Should we?
Yes.
Let's do it. So
we can remove all of these.
Yeah. And then let's see.
I think you have to install it. I don't think I have access to your terminal.
I'll install it. Is there a reason it's a dev dependency?
I mean, it's just because we are in Svelte.
Okay, because it's going to get, like, I guess, bundled and stripped away anyways, or like whatever it is.
Yes,
used.
I mean, I think Vite is actually doing all the job. Like, if you are using that and you need that in your production bundle, it will actually already add it, even if it's dev dependency. So
okay,
it's fine.
Cool. All right, we've got it. What next?
Okay. So, do you remember all of that code before?
Yeah, I do.
To do it with my library is like this. Like, you can do from SvelteKit view transition. You can import setup view transition. You can call it here. And that's it.
Okay. Okay.
So if we save this, okay, yeah. It's actually
and I'll just point out really quick, I don't think people saw where we were. So we are in the main layout file. So this is like the top level layout of the whole app, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is like the whole application. So just by doing this, if you try to navigate the application, you should see a slight change in how it works.
All right, let me
pull up the
Chrome.
default. Yes.
Okay.
the default animation between two things is a slide fade. So if you try to navigate between like the list of lists and a single list, you might see that like it slowly fade away and it slowly like the new page actually appear.
I'm gonna have to sign in on Chrome. Just give me a second. Sorry.
Yeah. And to make it very obvious, I will also do something else. Like I will actually do root view transition. I can say group. No, maybe. I mean, let's do it normally. Root old animation duration 5 seconds.
Yeah, and they can't see what you're doing just yet.
Oh, that was fine.
Because I'm trying to log in and everything. So just a second. Yeah, and I'm currently pixelated on stream. I want because I'm showing my keyboard now, so I don't want people seeing my as I type my passwords.
I mean, I actually got your pixelated version as a sticker today in the mail.
Oh, nice. I'll show your screen in
Which
just a
I
second.
already.
Let's see. Well, I know you all can hear me. That's okay. I just don't want you all to see.
Yeah, but some people can recognize what's.
I have noise cancellation. I don't think it picks up all of my keyboard strokes.
And also, I mean, probably they should also pick up the sound of your two-factor authentication app.
Oh, like the digital noise of.
Yes.
Oh God. Okay. Okay, they can see you again, and I should be able to load up the app now.
Yes.
Let's see.
So now the thing that I added is a very slow animation duration. So if you try to click on something, like if you try to navigate,
yeah,
it will slowly morph one into the other.
Okay, so we weren't seeing the code that you wrote. So this is this style the only thing that you wrote?
Yes,
Okay.
is the only thing that I wrote. So this root here is just to like tell SvelteKit, okay, you can also use the global because there's no view transition new inside this component, and so SvelteKit will actually remove this code if you are not using root. But this root is to tell Svelte, hey, don't worry, this is fine. And then basically like you get these pseudo selectors that like this is literally CSS. So this is targeting the new view transition, like the new image basically. And this is targeting the old image basically.
And so this is
this root.
Are those part of the view transition API? This view dash transition new and old? Okay.
Yes, exactly. Cool. Exactly. And this root here is just telling because for the moment you can see that it's the whole page that is morphing one into the other, right? So you can signal to your application that you want just part of the whole application. And before we move, I don't know if this is something that you might want to do, but it's pretty easy and quite fun to do. So we can do it. You can change the animation actually. So if we define a new animation, so keyframes, slides, for example, slide.
Yeah.
We want to go from, and usually when I do this kind of stuff, I do with CSS variable because it's easier. So we want to translate, actually transform, translate X, and we want to go var from, and I want the two to be translate var2.
Okay.
And then what I can do is I can tell here that I want animation to be slide 1 second, for example. And now we had to specify those CSS variables. So
Right.
I can do, let me do clipboard. Okay. So inside the new view transition, what I want to do is I want to go from, so in the new view transition, I want to go from 100% to 0%.
Okay.
And in the old view transition, I want to go from 0% to negative 100%. Now that I save, and I hate that that doesn't format. So
Yeah, I'll format it for you.
yeah, thank you. Now, if you try to navigate, it should do something pretty funky.
Let's see. All right. So let's see if I go back to the home. Oh, okay. And then I can, yeah.
Now, I mean, this is something I don't know if you want this in your application because
Well,
it's something funny, but
I think we'll think about like the best animations to add, because like when you go from the main list to here, I don't know if it makes sense to animate the top bar, right? So like, would there be a way to, for this specific element, don't animate that kind of thing? And
yes,
then
you can definitely do it.
And then like these, I probably, maybe those come in from the top.
And
And
I
then,
don't see your screen, so
oh,
I
you're
should
totally
open
right.
the live stream. I should
Actually,
open the live stream too.
You're totally right. I should be
Let me-
sharing in some way. I'm trying to think the
Don't
best
worry, I
way to do
can.
this.
I think I can add a new split to my arc and open the live stream and probably mute it. Let me see. Okay. Now I should be able to see your screen. Okay.
Actually,
I would probably say it a bit delayed.
well, one more. I'm going to try something on the Twitch guest star, and then you can tell me if it's
Yes.
decent. All right. Yeah, because we could do that. And then okay, you should be able to see like the full live stream without any delay now.
Yes. I mean, it's a bit clunky, but I think I can keep it up.
Okay, well, never mind, it minimized you. All right, I guess we're gonna have to deal with just the delay.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. I mean, at the end of the day, I just need to see where you're pointing.
Honestly, though, I have a better idea. Okay, we're gonna work this out.
Yes.
Okay, so now I can see you, and then I should be able to share again without it messing up the.
Yes.
Okay, it's clunky, but I think it's at least better than like a few second delay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it should be.
Awesome. So, I guess we're talking about the animations of this page, because yeah, we don't want the nav bar to navigate to animate in. Maybe the channels can like navigate down, and then like maybe the tiles can fade in as they come into view, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So first thing first, I would say that like if we want to make some part of the application stick, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So first thing first, I don't know if you want the slide animation. We can
sure.
remove it if you.
I think we want one of the things to slide, so at least keep the animation around. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's easier to add it back again, so
Okay.
it's fine. So my idea was, for example, we can animate the title of the list to go into the place into place.
Okay.
And we can animate the actual like icons that are there inside their respective place.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So first thing first, we can remove this animation, and that's fine. We can then, so we can keep it like globally. So it will still animate every page into the other. And so we want to have the list, which I guess it's inside this page, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So line 30, I think, is the grid.
Yeah. So you need to import that function again in every component that you want to add it.
Okay.
And the reason why for that is because that function also provides you with a bunch of stuff. So if you do set up the transition and you call these, set up the transition. So once you call this set up the transition, you get back a transition. And this is an action in Svelte. So basically, like, you can use this action to specify what is the view transition name of a specific object. Now, the view transition name is something that basically tells the browser to take a separate screenshot of that part so that it can morph that specific part into the other place, basically.
Okay.
So in this case, basically, what do we want to do? We have the list card, I guess, which is the card. So we actually want that transition inside the component.
Oh, so yeah, if we're going to animate each of those
yeah,
cards
exactly.
in, okay.
So we want the list card component, and here we have the avatar with fallback.
Yes, right? That is the component where. Well, that's the channel logo. This whole div. Oh, yeah, the whole div would be the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we actually want to animate the A tag, right?
Like the let's see.
Like, we don't want to animate the whole card. We want to animate just the div, just the title, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, at least that's what I'm thinking. I don't know what you want to animate.
Let's see how it looks, and then we'll go from there. Yeah.
Okay. So we can import setup the transition, and basically what you can do is you can do use transition, and here you can specify your transition name, basically. So in this case, it's a link, and every transition name needs to be unique, right?
Okay.
So in this case, like, the first instinct could be to use the ID, for example, because the ID is something that is unique for the transition. And so we are done with these, like the list card.
Okay.
And now we have to move to the other side of the navigation, right? So we can move to list ID. So inside.
And just to be clear, I think I'm following now. So if we're on the landing page and then we click on a thing, basically we're going to animate the title to be in its next location. That's what we're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Cool.
Yes. So the next location of that will be in list/id plus page.svelte, which is an empty page.
Let me see why I did that. Yeah, it's all in layout.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think this is the channel card, right? Where the title is.
No, it's a line.
It's here.
Yeah, line 46. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So we can again use the setup the transition. I should probably make a snippet of this from SvelteKit transition. Kit transition. Set up the transition. And now we have the transition object here. And so here we can use these on the title, which is this one. So we can do use transition. And we now want the ID, which should be, I guess, this one, right?
Do data.list.id probably. I guess it should be the same as the page params.
Yeah, I think it's better to use data.list.id. So data.list.id. And if I save, now the animation should happen.
Okay.
So if you try to navigate, it should actually move.
Let's go back to the home page. So yeah, on the home page, click on a channel. It's sort of, yeah. So I think let's see. Oh wow. So it's like, yeah, then it animates in. It's not quite animating to the next location.
Yeah, the reason because of this is because the H2 that you are animating to,
Mhm.
it's actually huge. Like it's the whole page, right?
Uh,
It's not just that small bit. So one way to solve this is actually, are you styling with, where is the
we have
style?
we have Tailwind.
Okay, so perfect. So you want to fit content basically. Fit content. Oh, it's not a class. Like with fit content is not a class in Tailwind. I can't remember.
I don't know. Let's
Tailwind
look it up.
fit content.
There's object fit.
W fit. So it's W fit.
Okay.
So by doing this, basically, like the H2 will actually be the the dimension of just coding. So just by doing this, in theory, you should be able to see a better animation.
Let's see. Let me do a hard refresh. Do we have to do it on the other side too? So you can see right
Uh,
now, it looks like it. Um,
yeah, on the other side, it should not be a problem. Let me see.
but I
So
think I see the issue. When I go back, that's when we see the flash, and it's like really big.
when you go back, it's really big.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a moment.
You can try it on your
Are
side.
we using the same? Yeah, I want to try to inspect it. And this is something that is also interesting to see. Like if you want to debug a view transition animation, it's pretty easy. You can, if you open the debugger, like the code,
Mhm.
you can click on the three dots and you have more and more tools, and it
Mhm.
should be an animation panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if you go back to the page where we are clicking, so the list of lists, and you pause the animation, there is a no. You go back to the page. You can click on the pause button,
Okay.
okay, and then you click on the stuff, and now it's actually animating. But you, if you click on the last animation
This one here.
that it happened, yeah,
Ah.
you can slowly drag these and see what's happening, basically.
Oh. Okay. So, um, for whatever reason, you can see that it.
Yeah, it's growing.
Yeah, it's growing.
Let me see. I want to see it on my side because I see it very slowly on your side, very janky on your
Oh,
side.
sure. Okay.
Let me do this. I want to see. And the fun part is that you can also, like, if you see inside the elements, you can also see the literal things that is being added. So if you scroll to the top of the page,
Mhm.
when the animation is paused, you can see that there are some tag added right after the HTML.
So you're saying in the DOM or?
Yeah, literally in the DOM. So unblock the animation basically so that it continues, then block it again. And then if you trigger the animation, something gets added to the DOM and it's the view transition. So
Yeah, I see
I'm
it.
not actually seeing. I wonder if the class name is the same.
I do see it though. So this is cool for debugging because you can actually see like the element
Yeah,
IDs,
exactly.
and so we see actually like right now two different page IDs that are animating.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, I don't think I'm seeing that on my side.
It's
Like,
possible. Yeah, I think Xeris mentioned it that on the other side on the list page, is it also an H2 that we need to fit the content of?
No, you can literally morph to whatever element to whatever element. So
Okay.
that's not a problem. What I'm seeing on my side, though, is that like we are not adding the. So I don't know if I get like I don't know if I get HMR here, but what I'm seeing here is that I don't actually get both view transitions. So I'm still also just getting the old one, like the root one, and that's it
Mm.
on my side at least. But in your side, I can see that it grows. So I think we are actually adding the view transition. So let me see your actual website.
Sure. And unpause the transitions. Let's see.
Yes.
So we
Now,
click
if you
here.
pause the transition,
Oh yeah, let me start over then.
yep. Okay. Now click on the last one. So if you see the view transition that's added right below HTML.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you open that, okay. You do have okay the idea difference
Mm.
and but because it's animating bot at the same time, which is fine because we need to fix this, but it's fine. So open the first one. Okay, so it's actually growing.
Okay. And we
Let's try to
just real quick,
add.
we are in an ad break, but we're going to debug this during the ad break. Hopefully it's done by the ad when the ad break is over.
Yes. Okay, I think I mean this is kind of a problem with the transition API that I have faced
Okay.
multiple times. And I think this is also happening because the text is so different between one and the other.
Mm.
Let me see if we can.
Yeah, because I was trying to see. Okay, because it's an anchor tag on one side, and then an H2 on the
Yeah,
other.
that's fine. It's not a problem.
I am curious, like, are the IDs matching though? So why are we seeing two different IDs in the transition debug?
Because there are two different cards inside the main screen. So you are looping over multiple cards, right?
Mm.
So there are some that are just fading away, and some that is actually changing between one and the other.
Okay.
But it like does it seems almost like it did not apply. You know, I mean, no, wfit should work. We can also do inline here in the H2. So if we do inline, you should have an inline element which should be the same size of.
Let's see. That seems to do it. I think it's a little janky if I have the animations tab open, but let's see if I close it. Yeah, that's much better. That's the one.
Yeah, okay. So because basically like the problem was that they were two completely different sides,
Mm.
and so it was animating the href, but it was animating the href from a single small piece of UI
To a block
to
element.
a whole thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So this should fix it. I don't know if we should wait for the ad break.
Well, I guess we can just chat really quick. So I think in terms of accessibility, I think it makes sense to have this as an H2, and then,
It is already an H2.
okay, but would it make could we do inline block? I guess, or I guess it hasn't really changed
Yeah, you
the
cannot do
function.
it because then you have the same problem.
I see.
Like you still have the same huge element instead of the small one.
Okay. Cool. After the ad break, I want to animate the channel icons too. That'll be cool to see.
Yeah, that's the other.
And I think if you
But
let me try to do it based on what we've
yeah,
learned so far, but because it's like each of these
but
icons will just like spread out to their next location.
yeah,
Cool.
But before we do that, we should actually fix how it works.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go for it.
This works, but it's not the most efficient way of doing it.
Mm.
I don't know if you want to talk about this after the ad break.
We gotta
basically like.
let's do it after the ad break. We have a minute left. In the meantime, everyone should go follow Paolo. Spend the next 60 seconds. Click that Twitter link. Click that Twitch link, and go drop a follow. And I guess if you want to give a shout out for the, sorry, if you want to give a after you're done, if you're okay, give a shout out for the course you mentioned that's going to be happening pretty soon.
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if you are interested in Svelte and SvelteKit, but we are keeping a couple of workshops in the next days. So it's the 23rd of February in Munich and the 29th in Amsterdam.
Cool.
It's a very quick, it's a 1-day workshop, but I will be keeping the workshop. So if you want, I wrote on Twitter, if you want to slap my face, come join.
Awesome. Okay, ads are over. I guess you mentioned there's an issue that we want to fix, and I guess for anybody that had an ad, we did fix the issue. So now when I click, the channel name animates to its next and previous locations. And the fix was to just make this an inline element, because when it's a block element, it's taking up the whole line, and that's why we're seeing that zoom animation instead of just moving.
Yes. Now, again, this works, but it's pretty inefficient. And the reason because it's pretty inefficient is because we are asking the browser to take a screenshot of every single card, even if we are it's just one card that is moving from this page to the next page, right? So if you have 100 page, the browser will have to take a screenshot of 100 card, then take a screen, trying to figure out if in the next page there are one and stuff like that. So the better way of doing this is actually using a view transition name, which is general. So instead of doing the ID, you can use title and stuff like that.
Okay.
The problem is that the moment you use title in the list, it will become a problem because it will stop working, because the browser needs to have a unique transition name to be able to morph between one and the other.
I see.
To solve this, you can use my library.
Cool.
So basically, my library here, there is the use transition that takes a string as input, but you can also take an object as input, and this object has a name property, so we can call it title in this case. And it also has other functions inside here. And one of these functions is should apply. And this should apply, it's a function where you have to return a Boolean. And as an input, it takes a navigation object. And this is the navigation object that SvelteKit provides you. And this means that inside this navigation, you have information from where you are and where you want to go. So in this case, what you can do is you can return navigation .to.params. I think ID it's called. We are navigating to.
Yeah, you'd have to see it. I think it's
ID, right.
Let's see. Yeah, page ID or list ID. Video ID. Is it? No, it wouldn't be video.
It should be ID, right? Because we have the square brackets ID.
It is ID. Yeah, you're exactly right. Video ID is because it's a nested route that shows the video. But yeah.
Okay. So it's navigation.to.params.id. So if this parameter it's equal to the current ID of this card, so it should be list.id, I guess.
Yeah.
So if those two are equal, we want to apply the transition name. And I think that's, okay, cool. And this means that once we do this, basically my library will take care of calling this function. If you return true, it will add this view transition name right before the transition happen.
I see.
And this means that when the page load, there will be no element with this view transition name. And then we can move to the plus layout here. And here we can use the transition of just
title.
Okay. because in this case it's unique because it's in the new page basically.
Right.
So doing this should fix it. So if you try to navigate, it should still work, right? Now you
Well,
notice that we lost the opposite.
yeah, the other direction we lost it.
Yeah, and the reason because we lost it is because, as I've said, like that transition is applied right before the navigation and not in the beginning. But there is a solution to this, and
Okay.
that's always my library. So there is a second function here, which is called apply immediately. And this is basically the same function, but the opposite. So this is called when you are navigating from the other page to this page.
I see.
And you still get a navigation object in, and you can return navigation, because you can return the same thing, but instead of checking if the navigation.to.params, you can check the navigation.from.params. So if I'm navigating back to this page and I'm navigating from a page that has this ID, which is the same of this card, then I immediately apply this transition name. And then the transition name will also be removed, because otherwise you will have problem when you navigate back. So by saving this, and format for me, please.
Yeah.
We should get back the.
Yeah, so it navigates up and then navigates down. Nice. Yeah. And these other ones should do it too. Yeah.
Yep.
Sweet.
There's also one neat thing which you can do. Like, I mean, in this case, we have a pretty short list. But if you have a very long list, what can happen is that you can animate to something that is way away from the viewport. And that's not pretty good, because if it's a very long list, you will basically see your title go pew, and it will go away. And so if you want to avoid that, you can also you also get easy in viewport that basically check if this element is in viewport. And if it's in viewport, you can navigate, like you can apply immediately. So that's something that I usually do. Like I check if it's in viewport, and if it's in viewport, I will actually navigate when we go back. Otherwise, we can. So now the other interesting bit could be animating the avatar with fullback.
Yeah.
So do you want to do it?
I'll try it. But quick question. So in America 2050 brought it up. Is there any way to disable, like if, I guess I don't necessarily want to add a user setting, but does your library look at prefers reduce motion?
I did not, because it's pretty easy to do it with CSS.
Okay.
Like when you are doing your animation, you can just do a media query for the user preferred reduced motion, and actually you should probably do it. Yeah. But I mean, I did not wanted to completely block the animation, because maybe you are just adding subtle animation that does not needs to be blocked by the preferred reduced motion. Because again, preferred reduced motion is just reduced motion. Maybe they still want to see a bit of animation.
Yeah.
So I is not opinionated in this regards.
Well, let's just add it really quick just to show people, because I think when we're talking about animations, it's good to know. I completely lost. Where are those root transition styles? What file are those in? Actually,
like, we don't have them anymore, because this is all the default behavior from the transition API.
I see.
If you want to change the animation, you can change it, and you can either do it in the global CSS or you can add it in a style.
Okay.
Now, in theory, you should if you want to completely disable the animation, you should probably do it in a global CSS file behind a media query, because otherwise you will only. Oh yeah, I mean, you are on the layout.svelte, so it's fine here too.
Yeah.
So what you can do is you can do media prefer reduce motion reduced.
I don't know the exact syntax. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Yep.
This one. There we go. I guess there's also the way to do it in the reverse. So like if they have no preference, do it. But if they do have a preference.
It should be, in theory, is personally, I think it's better to disable the animation if they have preferred reduced motion.
Okay.
And I think you actually need to specify something. Like you need to specify prefers reduced motion colon reduced.
Let's see.
No, maybe not.
No, there's not. Someone is mentioning, yeah, we could put it in the root styles as well. I guess like app.postcss is technically
Yes.
loaded everywhere.
Yes.
Well, let's put it there. I guess technically the layout is always
Yeah, it's also
available.
always rendered. That's why I said like you can also put it there.
Okay. All right, let's do it here.
And basically, what you can do here, you can do, you can actually just do like star animation duration 1 millisecond. That's usually the thing. So you are basically telling that if you are doing this, every element, so everything has an animation duration of 1 millisecond.
Mm.
You can even do 0 milliseconds so that like it does not animate basically.
Is it transition duration?
Yeah.
Okay, something like that. I've never tried to fix this.
You actually need to set up both, like animation duration and transition duration.
Oh, okay. They're two different things. Okay.
Yeah. And also, if you are using, I don't know if you are using Svelte transitions.
I don't think I am. No.
Well, if you are using, it's better to use 1 millisecond because they are using the end animation to actually swap things out. So if you do 0 millisecond, it will never fire the end animation, and like it will cause bugs.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave it at 1 millisecond. And this is like we could put more thought into how to tone down the animations, but for now we just disable them if they prefer reduced motion.
Yes.
Okay. So next up, I'm going to try to implement what Paolo has shown us. In that we're going to take these icons and then animate them to their next position. So you can see that they show up here, and then they would like collapse back down. So let's give it a shot. So first of all, on the list page itself, let's see. Yeah, we have the channel. No, actually, no, we want the root. We're going to animate from the root first. So that's going to be in layout, or sorry, in our page. And it's inside of list card. I guess you were there earlier, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's in list card, avatar with fallback.
Cool. Yeah. So here's where we're animating the title. We're going to do a similar thing with the avatar. I'm trying to think, should we do it inside the avatar with callback component, or should we do it here?
I guess so, because yeah, you want to animate just the image.
Just the image, yeah.
Inside the avatar with fallback.
All right, so we'll go over there. And then, yeah, this image right here. So I'm thinking we do a similar thing. Yeah, I don't know if we have access to the list ID inside of here. I'm just going to.
You actually don't want the list ID. You probably want something that is unique to this image. So it can even be the URL.
Okay. I think I'm just going to do the. Well, yeah, I guess avatar URL makes sense then, and then it's like very unique because that's literally the image that's loaded here.
Yeah.
And then we need to pull in the setup transition. What was it called?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Setup view transition, and then we just called. Do we call it at the top level?
Yes.
Okay.
And you need to destructure from these the transition action that you can then use on the image.
Yeah, I think I missed that earlier, but
no, it's just from the setup the transition call.
I see. And then this is how we get access to it on the use.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so that should be good there, because this is the channel card. Actually,
I
is that?
guess if you are still using the same avatar with
Yeah.
fallback on the other page, you should be able to already, like, it should work.
Okay, didn't quite work. Did I save? Let me make sure I saved everywhere. Yeah, not quite working. Let me just double check what I'm using. So on the list card, we're showing the avatars, and then on the other page, it's a channel card. Ah, no, we haven't. Well, actually, I guess we do. We have the avatar with fallback there. Okay. What do we do? I guess we open up the debugger and look at the IDs.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. So
Yeah,
this
I would
is
love to help you from here, but I don't think it's actually pretty keeping up with, or maybe it is. I don't know. I will try.
okay. So pause the animation, click, and then we can look at this view transition thing. So we see root, we see title. It's not.
Yeah, I don't think it's adding the avatar URL to the transition.
It's yeah. So because it's not in this. I don't know what we call this. It looks like a pseudo selector, but the view transition.
Yeah, it's a pseudo selector.
Okay.
Yes.
But yeah, we would see the view transition group for each of the avatar URLs in here.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Well, that's strange.
Yeah. Is it because we have like conditionals here? I mean,
yeah, I was thinking the same, but at the same time, like that should only show on error, right? So if it errors out, you're showing the span,
mhm.
but it's not erroring out because you're actually using. Uh, Let me see. Like, I would love to see. Let me try something that I always do. Is this being called? So let's
Okay.
function test and let's do console.log. Oh. There's actually node and URL. So I'm writing a quick action, and then we can use test
Mm.
here. So we should see in the console a bunch of console log for every avatar URL if this gets called. Okay, we get it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually being called. Let me try use transition. We can also try to. Well, I mean, we can also try to do. Oh, we are getting like. What's these on mount? Current URL.
So it's possible to use this without specifying a URL. Actually, why did we do this? I don't know. So by default, show fallback is false, which means the image will appear. And then when we mount, we change the current URL to be the actual image URL. I forget why we did that. I feel like there's a reason we were like fixing a bug and we did that.
Let's just try for a moment to use the current URL instead of avatar URL.
Okay.
And let's see if this changes something. Otherwise, it might be a bug in the library. I don't
Okay.
know. I have to see.
Sure. I don't think I'm seeing anything. Let's look up. Yeah, the view transitions aren't getting added. I mean, I guess the other thing is, let me just pull it out of the fallback. So like, it might be an issue with it being inside of an if statement, I think. I mean, I feel like the other stuff is potentially conditionally rendered too, but
Yeah, no, I don't think it's an issue.
let me just
It
try it
should
with
not
that.
be an issue. Yeah.
No, because they're not getting added to the pseudo
Oh,
element.
you know what?
Mm.
I think it's a problem with the name of the view transition. So I said that it can actually be anything, but I don't think it can actually be anything. Like I think it has some rules.
Ah,
So
okay.
it's probably like you cannot put an URL, something like that.
I see. Let's just use
Um,
the alt text because the alt text should be like the channel name.
I don't know if like because if you can have multiple, I mean we can try to fix it.
Let's try
I
it.
can let's try with the alt text for the moment.
Yeah. Click it. Click here. We see an alt text of syntax because I think I had the syntax channel on the previous one.
But only the syntax.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing the other ones. Let's see it again though, because now if we're going to and from, um, I like honestly. Andrew has something easy to try. We could just base64 encode the URL. I think if I do A to B,
Yeah.
let's just try that. I don't know if base64 is usable. Is it B to A? I think. Only the first one is is animating.
I have the gut feeling that this is a bug with my library. I
Okay.
have to
Okay.
investigate this. Let me see if I can open my side again, just to make sure, because it does feel strange that it's only the first one that is.
Yeah. So Xeris
Hmm.
is mentioning like add image dash. I think that's a fine thing to try.
Yeah, but the first one is animating, so I think. So let me see if I do coding. I do wonder. Yeah, it's adding a new view transition here. Oh, I really think that this is a bug with my library.
Okay.
Maybe like I have to check.
Well, I think what I'm seeing is they all. Why am I seeing multiple with the exact same ID? I'm just double. Okay, it's not the exact same ID. Never mind.
So are you seeing multiple?
I am seeing. Yeah. So at this point, even though only one is animating, um, the others are not. Is there a length limitation on the ID?
I don't think so. But try. I mean, let's try to. I don't know. Take the slice of this,
Do
like
do it.
substring.
Yeah, do it from the end because the beginning is similar because they're all like HTTP.
Oh yeah. So substring should be something like. Uh, we should probably save this somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Um, I don't know. ID. I can do ID is equal to this. And actually, this. Uh, long ID. long.
Well, someone had a point. Honestly, we could just pass the channel ID down to this avatar component.
Yeah, we can do it, but also like that would mean that multiple icon inside that will still get the same ID.
Mm,
But the fact is that if there are multiple with the same name, it will stop work completely. Like there would be no animation at all.
okay.
Long ID dot length -5 longer. Should I put -1? I can never remember.
No, I think it's non-inclusive. So yeah, not -1. Let's try it.
I mean, one it's moving, so it's probably. I will give the default to myself.
Okay,
So I would
that's
say
okay.
that.
We're at least seeing that first one animate, so I think that's I feel kind of like it's the idea.
Yeah, it's still pretty cool. Unless, yeah, no.
But I do think I'm gonna pass the channel ID down. I know at least that will be unique. If I do like avatar dash channel ID, that'll be unique to the avatar.
Well, you still need something unique for the single avatar.
What do you mean?
Like if you have multiple avatar inside the same. The channel ID.
Yeah, so
Okay.
like yeah, let's see.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that should be unique, and it should be the same on both
Yes.
sides. So yeah, we'll specify the and actually I don't know if I was gonna make it a required prop, but should be all right.
Like my only issue is like I almost think that the fact that you are rendering multiple components, but that should not be an issue because I am rendering. Let me see. List card.
So it's channel card and list card. See if this changes anything. That fixed it.
Wow.
So it's
problem?
it's possible that the maybe the URLs weren't unique enough. The animation is really slow on going back though, but like if you look at my screen share, it'll animate when I go back. You see how they like sync in?
No, do it again.
Oh, that works. I think it's good now.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. And then we should be able to test these too. Somebody made a good point though. Like if we have two lists with the same channel in it, it maybe
exactly
won't know how to animate that.
You should probably also add the card ID,
like
the
list ID
to the stuff.
And we're just passing everything down here. Let's see.
And I mean, in theory, like once you have the list ID, you can also do the proper thing. And instead of animating always, you can do the same stuff with the object, so that you are only animating to like the ones that you are animating to.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of just using use transition avatar channel ID, you pass the object with the name and the should apply and the apply immediately.
Okay, let's set that up. Trying to think where we did the other one. I'm just going to copy it.
Can I play the drop game while I'm?
Of course, of course.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna miss.
Okay, so you would suggest like the name can just be like avatar, so it could be something generic, and
I
then
mean, it still needs to be unique. Like we are still in a loop, so I think avatar and the channel ID it's still a good idea.
okay,
And now you should basically tell that okay, navigation.to.params.id it's equal to the list ID that you are navigating to. So you still need to pass the list ID.
okay. So yeah, I'll pass that down
But
as
basically,
well.
like this ensure that the browser will not care about all the other cars that you are not clicking on.
I see. At this point, it's like prop drilling though, so you have to pass all these down. So now I think list ID and the list card should be easy enough. Because it's literally just list.id. But on the channel card, I don't think it knows about the list.
Yeah, you have the like on the channel card you have the params ID. So you have actually like the same thing that we used for the title. So
you're completely right. Yeah, because on the channel card, that only appears on the page with the ID and the URL.
let me follow you because I've lost you. I don't know where you are. Okay.
Okay. So I was just going over here to get. I just want to be able to copy it, but I guess I could just type it in. But it's page params, right?
Yeah, it's $ page. Do you still have the?
Might have to import it in
I
here.
think you need to import it. Yes.
Where do I import it from? Is it
$up/stores?
stores? Yeah, so import as page and then $page.
.params.id.
Okay. All right.
So this should fix also the issue and it still work.
I've broken it. So now it's not animating at all. Let me double check my logic here.
And we can even try to console log here. This. I usually also log list ID and things separately.
Sure.
Oh. I'm a console log debugger.
I am too. I mean, I guess it takes too much to set up the debugger a lot of the times. And especially
Actually, what I do is I console log if I cannot find, I actually add a debug statement like I am a breakpoint inside Chrome by clicking on the console log. Okay, so it's actually true for. Oh yeah, because the problem here is that it's applying the class to. Oh, but it should apply to two elements.
Yeah, I saw 3 trues, and then when I go back, 4 falses on the back navigation.
Yeah, that's so. I see. Yeah, because you have 3 elements inside. So it should apply.
I'm curious. I mean, if we just comment these out really quick. Wait, now it's not working at all.
I think if you I think like that should apply. Should like if you specify it like this, is by default false. I can't remember actually. So it should be. I think you can do this if you want to have the default behavior, basically.
Okay. No, they got rid of it too. I think for whatever reason that's different than just use transition.
I thinking it's getting tripped by.
Okay,
That's
so
super weird.
yeah, it's working this way now. I think I'll leave it that way for now, at least because we
Yeah, okay, it's fine.
we got the transition. Awesome. All right, so
I will PR the fix when I find it.
sounds good. Cool. So I've had you on for about an hour. Is there anything else maybe we should look at in your library, or anything else you want to talk about or work on or do?
I mean, one other cool feature, but I don't think here really applies, is the fact that you in setup the transition, instead of transition, you can also do structure both on, off, and classes. On and off are like to register event listeners on various moments of the view transition API. But I think, like, I don't think this will be very common to use. But one that can be very common is classes, because what allows to do you is basically add a class to the root element when you are navigating. And this means that, like, you can, for example, if you go to the root layout, you can specify when a navigation is from like back. Like in the beginning, we did the sliding, right? And it was cool, but at the same time, the problem was that even if you were navigating back, you are still sliding from left to right.
Yeah.
So if you want to change that, what you can do is you can define your logic to define what is a back navigation in the root layout, and then you can target dot back dot root, like colon root view transition new, and view dot back colon root view transition old, and apply a different animation when you're going back.
I see.
So that's, I think, another interesting fact.
Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm gonna shout you out one more time just for everybody that's been watching. Definitely go drop a follow. Do you know when your next Twitch stream is going to be?
It really depends on my son. So
Okay.
talk with my son.
Okay, sounds good. So follow Pablo Peng here on Twitch. I'll give you the link because I can't shout you out right now. But Pablo Peng here on Twitch. Paolo Ricciuti. I don't know how to say your last name. Was that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Paolo Ricciuti.
Ricciuti. Follow him over on Twitter, and uses libraries. So, and also SvelteLab. So if you haven't used SvelteLab before, this is a full in-browser way of working on Svelte apps. And Paolo was a co-creator of this as well. So definitely check that out. Any last words? Anything else you want to shout out?
Yeah. Thank you for having me. And,
of course.
Like, I will go back to watch your stream.
Sounds good.
So I will still lurk in the chat. So, and if you want me back, just like tell me, and I will join.
Sounds good. I think I cut you off. You were mentioning the co-creator of SvelteLab.
Yeah, this is Sarcevic Antonio.
Definitely. Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna say bye to Paolo for now, and then I think I'm gonna pull somebody. Oh, actually, we'll commit this. We'll push this up to main, and then I'm gonna pull somebody in from the Discord if anyone is ready, because I think we had 2 people that were interested in pairing, and so we'll potentially we'll pull one of the next features and start working on that together if anyone else is interested in pairing. But thanks again, Paolo. This was awesome. We'll be back soon.
Sorry, I will definitely debug this and make a PR.
Okay, no worries. I appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
Right back. Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Cool. We did it, everyone. And thanks for coming on, Paolo. Okay, so actually, let me check the Discord really quick. So I know Faaab was interested. I actually don't know if it's past the time that Faaab could pair with us. And then there was also Jules that was interested. But in the Discord, say hello right now if either of you are ready and want to pair right now. If not, I'll just start working on features. Okay, so Faaab isn't ready yet. I don't know if Jules is watching right now. I'll give you 30 seconds to say if you're ready. And then if you're not, I'll just work on some other features for now. Get reset hard? No way. I'm gonna commit those changes. Oh, Faaab is ready. Okay, Faaab, we're gonna do this Twitch guest share thing. So I'm gonna invite you to it. What's up, Matruska? I'm doing good. Doing good. We had a fun session with Paolo, and now if you're using the app in Chrome, it looks a little bit nicer, which is good. And also, I will. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna ping Jules in the Discord to let him know he would be up next. Ooh. Let me commit this on a feature branch. We actually didn't even check out a feature branch earlier, but we've changed all these things, and it looks like Faab's joining. So while he's getting ready, I'm gonna go ahead and just get all of this committed. Oh, cool! I didn't realize it, but VS Code Live Share is automatically gonna add Paolo to the commit, which is awesome. Just making sure we have all the right stuffs. It's good. Cool. Let's run the linter just to make sure.
Hi.
Oh, hey, Faab. I think you're a little bit loud. Let's see.
You're a little quiet for me.
Okay, I can turn this down. I don't think I can increase my phone. Well, actually,
I can just switch output devices. 1 sec.
check. Can you hear me any better?
I need to switch my output devices.
Okay.
I think this is good now.
Can you do a mic check really quick?
Check. Mic.
All right, and everyone, let me know if Bob is loud enough. Loud and clear? I've never used the Git source control for committing, and it looks like I don't know if it runs the pre-commit hooks. I mainly just wanted to make sure that it had Paolo as a contributor on this commit. There we go. I think that did it. And we'll double check. So if we go over to listed. So drop is a game where you can drop emojis and stuff from the sky, and if they land on this tree, you'll get your name on the screen for a second. Awesome. So this is if you haven't seen like pair commits before, or co-commits or co-authors, you can see that both of us actually show up on this commit message on the main branch here, which is pretty cool. All right, we're gonna bring in Paolo now, or sorry, not Paolo. We had Paolo. We're gonna bring in Faaab now.
Quite a different name.
Yes. Trying to see. Oh, you're gonna have a different URL. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, Faaab is here. Welcome in, Faaab. Do you want to introduce yourself really quick?
Yes, I'm Fabian. I do mostly backend development, PHP, so not a lot of JavaScript, and definitely not like any JavaScript framework. So I did do a little bit of React, but
Awesome.
yeah, that's all.
I forgot. I need to invite you to the VS Code live share. So pull open VS Code, and then I'm going to send you a link. So people.
The first one, American.
Yeah. Fabian?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess your nickname should be Fabe instead of Faaab.
Well,
I don't know. It's fine. Let's see. Yeah, so I sent you a Discord message to join the live share.
there we go.
Awesome. And then in the web browser, try going to localhost 5173. You should be able to see the running app. Oh no, I killed it. Try now.
Yep.
Awesome.
I see it.
Okay. So, Bob mentioned they're a backend PHP developer, and so I guess you'd consider yourself more noobish when it comes to JavaScript, or?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you worked with Svelte before?
I haven't. So
great. I'm going to walk you through everything. So let's see. So I think let's try to pick a feature to do. Honestly, I think the icons one could be pretty fun and fairly doable. Basically, we have to find an icon library, and then in all of the buttons, we're going to add icons for them. So let's do that. Oh yeah, and I have to fix the chat really quick because your thing there. Okay, cool. Let's see. I guess I'm curious, does anyone in the chat have a good suggestion for an icon library for SvelteKit? Because we found one in the past, but it like increased our build time. And I forget which one we were using. I think it was like Iconify or something like that. But ultimately, we need icons, like tiny little visual icons. Or we were using tabular icons. That was it. But we need like a view icon, an edit icon, an icon to go on the create button, an icon for like the logout button, and yeah, hero icons. I've not heard of that one.
They're pretty good.
Cool. And I guess they just provide them. I guess you just copy paste them. So we would like gradually create our own.
Yeah. Here we'll just copy paste SVGs.
Let's check out LISTD. That's what Paolo is mentioning. Beautiful and consistent icons. And actually, let me share my screen with you. Fabian? Yeah, I'm so used to calling you Faaab.
That's fine. There is indeed a Svelte hero icons package.
It wasn't linked on the main page.
I don't think it's official.
Yeah, I want to make sure we choose something that's has a lot of usage. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll go with LISTD because it does have 7,000 stars. And then just real quick, like if we search for a view, yeah, there's an icon we could use for that. And then like edit. It's got a nice search feature too. Let's do it. How do we install it? Cool. So I'm going to install this. And then once we have it installed, I will be the driver in us pairing to get you to add some icons and set up some icons. So let's install this. Yeah, LISTD looks nice so far. Great. And then now do they show us how to add it? Does it have social networks like YouTube? Yeah, they do. Nice. Okay. They have copy SVG for Svelte. I see. Okay. So if you open up the site, what should I call you? I keep hesitating. Faaab or Fabian?
Just say Faaab.
Faaab.
Just
Okay.
Faaab.
Head to their site, Faaab, LISTD.dev, because then you'll be able to copy from there. And then on the specific icons, whichever one we choose, you could choose Svelte, and then you'll be able to copy that. Okay. So we added the icon library. Let's put the icons on the action buttons. So let's start with the cards here on the home page. Like this view icon, we want to put a icon inside of there instead of the word view. Am I dropping frames or is it choppy? I think it's choppy probably because I'm sharing my screen. Okay, I'm going to disable the Twitch screen share because I'm pretty sure that is making things really choppy. That means that was happening the whole time that Paolo was on. That's unfortunate because it should be better now, right? It's not choppy.
I didn't notice.
You didn't? Okay.
No.
YouTube is okay? Okay. We're just going to run with it. Oh, well. People are saying it's better. I'm just trying. Honestly, I'll just use Zoom calls next time because. All right. A quick walkthrough of the code. So, inside of VS Code, Faaab, you can follow me. So if you go to the live share icon and then right-click my name and say follow.
Yeah, it's already following.
Great. So you should see any files that I click on. So this the view button on the main page is on the list card. So if we look in the codes, let me just unexpand everything so I can kind of give you a tour. So we have the source directory. This has all of our page components, and then also the individual components that we're bringing into those pages. And then the lib directory has a components folder, and that's where we have reusable components. And right now, the component we care about is the list card. So if you go to source, lib, components, list card, that is the component that's going to have those icons inside of it. So, and then if we look in here and scroll down to the bottom, you can see there's a to-do on line 46, which says find an icon library. And so this is where we're going to want to insert that icon. I think we have like a minute until the ads show up, so we're going to speed run this. In this component, we need to import the library that we just added. So if you do copy Svelte from their site, let's go find just search for view, and for now, let's just choose like the eye icon.
I'm actually gonna just install the Svelte extensions.
Oh,
I
sure.
don't have any coloring.
Oh, okay.
If that fixed it. Yeah, now I have colors. Nice.
Yeah, so grab the eye icon. I'm actually curious what it lets you copy. Oh, it's just literally eye. But once you have it, paste in the eye icon right there on line 48, and then we'll have to import it, and we'll figure out what the import is.
Hello. Oh, instead of view.
Yeah. So
view.
Yeah. So instead of view, yeah, great.
Yeah.
So here, and I'll run the formatter, and then I'm curious if it's gonna give it does. So if you press Command period on I, you should see an option for add import from, and then choose.
I don't have a Mac.
Oh, control period should work. Yeah, control period should bring up a menu, and then we want to add that import for Lucid, Svelte, icons, eye. Cool. And so that pulls the import in. I think, yeah, my linter wants the imports to be a little bit further up. And this should do it. Let's moment of truth. Wow, it just works. So if you load the app in the browser, we now have a nice little view icon.
Yeah.
All right, let's do the same thing for edit. So if you go grab an edit icon, I'm thinking like the pencil icon is probably what we want.
Yeah. Pencil with the line or the normal pencil?
Let's see. Let's do normal.
Or the pen square.
Let's just, let's do the square pen.
Okay.
Cool. And then you should do that same thing to pull in the import. And then I'll format it. And now I've got a server error. What's going on? Unknown, unknown file extension? Come on. Maybe I just have to restart the server. Okay. Nice. And we're in an ad break, so we're going to pause for a second.
Yeah.
And we can think about what colors these should be. I think we have, so we're using skeleton UI. I think we might have, and we should use the color names from the theme. Oh, thanks, Pranjal. Yeah, Pranjal mentioned they were watching yesterday. We debugged the auth library for like 4 hours, but after that, I actually set up a RetroPie. It's like a handheld that looks like a Game Boy. Yeah. Isn't a view icon in a Svelte project illegal? Oh, I see what you're saying, Paolo. So we have surface, primary, secondary. I think the view button should be primary. For view, using I think and if anyone has a suggestion about a better icon to use, because right now you can see like this view button. Usually the eye icon is used for like hiding and showing something. I think we want something that represents that you're actually maybe a list icon. A list icon would make sense because that means like go to the list. Yeah, I think I like layout list. How much of a delay is there for the stream, Faaab, when you like see my screen?
About 5 seconds.
Oh wow, okay, that's a lot. Okay, the ad break should be over for most people. So ad break is over. We're gonna switch out these icons. So instead of this eye, which is usually used for like hiding and showing something, let's use this layout list.
So that one.
Yeah, so layout dash list, and then we'll replace it from the eye.
Did import.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know what the difference is from the two imports. So before we were importing that directly. Here we're importing from the main export. I would hope that the Svelte build process is smart enough to only pull in the ones that we're using. But I'd be curious if that actually affects our build time. Let's see. No, that looks fine. Okay, let's change the colors. So skeleton has a different variants we can use. So I'm thinking we want the list icon that we click on, that should be red. So we want variant filled primary. So if you go down to the anchor tag that's wrapping the layout list, let's change that from variant filled tertiary to variant filled primary. And that should make it red. And then the edit button, let's see. Let's do variant filled warning for the edit button. That's looking good.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I kind of like the yellow look as well. I think we might change the color of the create button. But let's add an icon to the create button as well. So I will say this code base feels hard to navigate because there's just like so much stuff in here. But that I do believe is going to be in source, routes, page.svelte, because this is the top level page. And then, yeah, so inside of here, we have that create button. And so right now we're just pulling in the create text from our internationalization library, but we're going to want to put an icon like right to the left of that. So yeah, I think, yes, Samakado is mentioning in the chat like a plus sign. Let's see what they have for this. There's a plus circle and a plus square. I kind of like the vibe of going for squares. So if we like pick the icons that are wrapped in a square, for like everyone we choose. So let's do plus square.
Okay. I put it before.
Let's try it before, and then let's see what it looks like.
I keep pressing Windows dot.
Yeah,
that's the icon palette for Windows.
Yeah. Cool. So that got imported. Yeah, and we want a little bit of spacing. So I think we'll probably just use Tailwind for the spacing. I'm curious, is this a flexbox? It looks like it's already vertical centered, which is good. Wait, there's a file plus icon. Which one is that? Folder plus, file plus.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I like the plus square. We'll try to keep it consistent when we choose other icons too. Also, should we
There's
put
also
Go ahead.
there's also clipboard plus, but
I think we're gonna stick with plus inside square because it's not some. So Andrew is mentioning folder plus. I don't know. We shouldn't spend this long deciding on an icon. But what we should decide is, do the buttons go on the right of the text or the left of the text? And let's see what it looks like if you put it on the right. So just move the icon to be after the text instead of before it. Left is better. People are liking left. Okay, put it back on the left, and then let's figure out how we're going to put some spacing on it. Now, I think I kind of want to make the container a flexbox just to make sure we have vertical centering, because it does look like they're not exactly vertically centered. So, yeah, if we put the... Have you used Tailwind before?
no.
Okay, well, we're going to learn. So just on the end of the class there, let's just put the class flex. So that should turn it into a flexbox. And then I'll run the linter. Okay, so it's a flexbox now, and we want both vertical and horizontal centering. So I mean, it's been a while since I've even used Tailwind classes, so I'm going to look this up. We're going to look at flex. So we did display flex, and then we want align items center. Probably place items. So yeah, do place dash items dash center. See if that did anything for us. That looks like, yeah, that looks like vertical. Now it's actually vertically centered. And now that it's a flexbox, we can do a gap. And let's look at gap. There is a Tailwind class. Yeah, let's try gap dash 4.
Ooh, that's big.
That's too big. Oh yeah, so try, let's do 1, gap dash 1. That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like that. And can anyone mention, yeah, what's the Tailwind cheat sheet? Because I mean, I don't mind searching the website. There's one I've seen one on Nerd Cave before. And my break timer, I skipped the break timer while Paolo was on. Let's take a quick break because I haven't been breaking. I guess this is from tailwindcomponents.com. Probably fine. All right. I am actually really happy with how good this is looking just by adding some icons. I think I want to change the color of the create button though, because I like the way that yellow button looks for edit. Let's look at what else we have. So we have, right now I think we're doing secondary.
Yeah.
Let's try making it warning. Oh wow, Hero Icons apparently is from the designer that created Tailwind. I didn't know that. But on the create button, instead of, let's try variant filled warning. Okay. I like the way this looks. I think I agree with that. Yellow Cheddar in the chat is mentioning that we probably want some padding inside of the smaller icons too that are on the channel card.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of space. Either that or we like bring the size down a little bit. Let's try it. So this should be inside of channel card. So source, lib, components, list card. And we'll just add a Tailwind class. Just try P-1. P-2.
Doesn't look like it does
Ah,
anything. Oh, there you go.
but it's doing
Yeah.
like it's doing like vertical padding and like it's stretched it vertically. Is padding what we want? We could also keep the button the current size that it is, and then just decrease the size of the icon potentially. Yeah, and so the text of each of the icons is auto selected based on their background color. That's just like part of their stylings. All right. Try PX-2. So that should be padding in the x-axis. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. It could be because this is, I forget. Is padding affecting?
It looks smaller now. Me.
Well, I'm trying to see if we can stretch it in the x direction. Yeah, that's the other option, is like reduce the size of the icon. Let's do this. Okay, so let's not add padding, but on each of the icons, just add a class property, and we're gonna bring the text size down. So text-sm is a Tailwind class for text small, and let's see what that does for us. Looks like it got bigger. We probably want like XS, like even smaller. That also did nothing. I'm not sure if this is how the LISTD library works. Let's see.
Rising. Oh, they have a size
Size prop, cool.
property. Yeah.
What are our options?
Width and height, they say, using classes.
The size of the icons can be changed using width and height. Yes. Okay, so if that's the case, then we could use Tailwind classes for that. So yeah, so people in the chat are mentioning it. So Tailwind has height and width utilities. So let's just try H-2 and W-2. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, so we will increase the gap in just a second. That's way too small. Okay,
that's really small.
Let's try 6. 4. Somebody suggested 4, but I didn't say it. I think 4 is going to be the way to go. Better. Yeah, so let's put that on the other icon as well. And that looks good. And then we want to add a little bit of gap between those two buttons. So let's increase that to gap 2. Exactly. Yeah, that's better. Some people were mentioning like you don't want to accidentally misclick on one of them. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we don't have tooltips, but let's just add I was gonna say we could add like a title prop on the anchor tag. But then we would have to bring in our internationalized tokens for the tooltip. Let's do it. For now, let's just to test it on that button, let's put a title prop and just call it view. And I'll format it. And does that work? Yeah, that's simple enough. But we want right now that's like a hard-coded string. We want it to be internationalized. Yeah. So to pull in an internationalization token, let's find an example so we can just copy paste. Yeah, so over here you see how we brought in LL, and then we did ll.labels. Let's do the same thing in the other file. So copy that import. Yeah, I'll throw that import in. And then down here on title, change it to be curly braces and remove the quotes. And do $LL. So that makes it so that we're watching for the latest value. And then do dot, and you should see some suggestions. I think we probably want labels. And then I can't see your suggestions, but what else? What do you see? Is there anything?
Description, filter, title, views, visibility.
Let's actually just go look at our tokens. Yeah, I heard about that, Paolo, when that happened. It was a while ago though, and we haven't had a chance to like swap out the internationalization library just yet. Because I know there was like another library that potentially would now be maintained now that the creator passed away. Let's see. I forget where everything is. We have our source directory, lib. Yeah, so source, lib, i18in. For now, if we look in the English directory, these are all the English tokens. And actually, we'll put it on buttons. So did you follow my cursor over here to this file?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to add a view button. And then we already have the edit button. So now whenever we're accessing it, it'll be $LL.buttons. Whichever one we want access to. So now on that component, yeah, buttons dot, this should be view, yep. And then you invoke it because it's a function. Cool. And then let's do the same thing on the next button, but that will be edit. Cool. So now we should have some little tooltips that are internationalized. Very good. Cool. I think this is looking good. Let's add an icon to the logout button in the top right. So I'm actually going to leave this to you. Talk me through what you're thinking. Where do you think that logout button is going to be? Let's see if you can find it. Or how would you go about finding it if you're in a brand new code base that you haven't been in before?
I would just look around in the parts and see if I can find any logical names.
Okay. So what are you thinking?
I don't see any logical names in the components.
Okay. So, and I will tell you, so with SvelteKit, a lot of times you're going to want to be looking at either like the layout file or the page file. And so in this case, like if you want to start top down, the very, very top file that gets loaded is layout.svelte. And so that's probably where it's actually, I don't even know, but I do think that's where it probably would be. Stony mentions also doing a global search. But I think the issue with doing a global search is because it's internationalized, we won't necessarily find the exact text. Yeah. I'm curious too, because let's just see what happens if we search for log out. Yeah, so you can see in i18in it's specified.
Navtrail.svelte.
Found it. Yeah, and so well, actually, no, that's be careful with the search results because that's in the coverage directory. Oh no, okay, it's in routes.
No,
so if you do
routes,
yeah, source routes, that's where logout it's called.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're gonna want to add an icon right there. I'm guessing they probably just have a logout icon.
Yeah, they have a logout icon.
Yeah, let's use that one. And I'm thinking we'll wrap the whole thing like in a span, and that way we can flex it, center it, and make the layout good.
Move the size.
Did you import it?
Okay. Oh, press the Windows key again. Yeah.
Hey, Stony, thanks for being here. Okay, yeah, so we brought that in. See how it looks.
And not great.
Internal server error.
I don't have it.
I just had to refresh the server just to see. Okay, yeah, it's great. It's stacked on top of each other. Let's fix that.
Yeah.
Let's fix that. So, yeah, the reason I think we put it in a span is so we can make it a flexbox. So put a class on it, and then we'll use Tailwind to make it a flexbox. So yeah, I think by default looks
Okay.
pretty good. But then let's
And then like
add
a gap of 1.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that looks good. Someone was mentioning just remove the logout text altogether. I think I like to see both. The icon and the logout text. Also, someone mentioned that we should see our accessibility and tab navigation. Like if I press tab, what gets highlighted here? That's crazy. Only the nav bar is tab accessible. I think we just need another story for
Not for me.
Yeah, okay, maybe
I
this
can
is
also,
this is just Firefox maybe that's doing that?
yeah, I'm on Chrome. I can select the title and the edit buttons instead, etc.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know why I can't do that in Yeah, Firefox completely skips the entire content of the page. I'm going to add that to my list of bugs to look at later.
Stony Eagle is right.
What do you say? Everything has rounding, and you have to make the logout button rounded. Okay. Let's see. Well, so I think we have the rounded buttons, but then like the create button and the logout button, those are not rounded.
I think create is rounded, just very slightly.
Yeah, but I think logout is too. It should be the same amount of rounding.
Yeah, they're both a tiny bit rounded.
Yeah. And I'm okay with that. All right, let's go to any other pages and see if there's some icons that we can add. So like on the yeah, there are. So if you click on, well, actually you don't have any lists on your side unless you create a list.
I created one.
Okay, but so on the videos right now we have the thumbs up emoji for likes. We should replace that with an icon. You see that? So like on the
Yeah.
So on the video thumbnail, there's like right now we just used an emoji as a placeholder. So yeah, let's grab the thumbs dash up icon, and then I'm gonna leave it up to you. Can you find where that icon is? Yeah. Actually, I will follow you. And so anybody that's just joining, we're using a feature built into VS Code called Live Share, and it allows Faaab to see all the code in my editor, and then also if I follow him.
There you go. I found it.
You found it. Cool.
I think.
We can actually see how he's navigating and like where his cursor is. Yeah, you found it.
Icon.
You found it. So, yeah. So Faaab just replaced that thumbs up emoji with the thumbs up icon. Let's see how it looks. So if I go to a page,
it does need some spacing.
Oh, do we save the file? Oh, there's two different. Yeah, there's two different spots.
Yeah, okay.
So there's one for the thumbnail, and then the one that you just updated is under the video. But yeah, we'll update the spacing on that one after we update the other one too. So did you find where the other one is?
This looks like the right file according to the route.
Let's see. Yeah, so you can see you're in the right file. So line 82, YouTube thumbnail embed. It's going to be inside of there.
Oh yeah.
If you and then you can navigate to where it's defined, and there it is. Yeah.
Replace this one.
Ooh. Nice. Let's work on the thumbnail because since we're in this file, again, we're gonna wrap it in. If it already does, it has a parent container. So let's just make the parent container a flexbox, and then similar to what we did earlier, just to give it like the right spacing and gap. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Cool. And then we want vertical centering. So I think we want place or I don't know. Align. So items dash center. Let's try that.
Looks good. That looks centered.
Not quite. For me, at least,
Yeah.
the text is still at the top. So maybe we also want.
It's slightly higher than center, I think. For me.
I think we used the wrong class. I can't ever remember with Tailwind. So it should be justify content center, I think, and then try justify center. Okay, that didn't do it.
No. I think it is item center.
Okay, so we want align item center. So change it back to that. We probably want to reduce the size of the icon too, but I'm really curious why, even though it's centered, it looks like there's so much space. Oh, I think it's just, from my eyes, it's just the way that the icon is. So because the thumbs up is like just the thumb, it doesn't look centered, but I think it technically is centered. But let's just reduce the size of that icon. So similar to what we did earlier, we had to add the width and height classes.
I do now Stone Eagle.
What do you say? Do you installed the Tailwind plugin? Yeah, nice. Yeah, it should give you some autocomplete about what classes are, and if you hover over any of the Tailwind classes, it'll tell you what CSS property it's actually applying. Yeah. So yeah, on that thumbs up icon, let's add W-4 and H-4. Let's see what that looks like. That's better. Let's try 3. Yeah, and that's the other thing is you'll notice W-3 doesn't mean 3 pixels. If you hover over it, their design system classifies that as 12 pixels. That's too small.
Yeah, it's really small.
I don't think we have like 3.5. Let's just do 4. And then maybe we increase the text size to match. Honestly, so 4 looks good. Yeah, and then I think that's so. Adam is mentioning items end. I think I like that instead of horizontal, like vertical centering. If everything is placed at the bottom, that should look better because then the text will be aligned with the bottom of the icon. So let's try items end instead of items center. That has done nothing.
Nope.
Is it? I'm just gonna play around with the CSS and the DevTools because. It's not justify content. Splash is mentioning to debug it, we can add a outline to the element and just like see the line height. So let's try that. So on the, I guess that could be the issue, is it's just plain text. Try wrapping the number there in a span. And then on the span, add the class bg-red 500. Though, does it need to be inline block to set a background color? No, it doesn't. Okay.
It does look centered.
It does look centered. I think it's when you combine it with this icon for whatever reason, it doesn't look centered. But within the container itself, it is centered. Maybe we add some padding. On the parent p tag, just do like p dash. Change. So right now we have py 0.5. Change that to py 1. Let's see what that gives us.
Moves it up a little, I think.
Yeah, and then I'm just going to remove the BG red for now. Okay. I don't know why it looks so off. Actually, no, I feel like it's still aligned with the top of the thumbs up, isn't it? Instead of being in the center. Hmm. I scrolled up the chat. I did. It's most likely the line height. All right, let's try adjusting the line height then. I'm guessing there's a Tailwind class for that. Let's see. So try leading dash none, and that sets the line height to 1. So on the
It doesn't feel like it changed anything. Or on the
on the span.
on the text.
Yeah.
Oh, on the span.
Let's see.
It moved it down.
That's better. Yeah, that's way better. Okay, and then let's change the padding Y back to what it was. I think it was 0.5 before.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, I think that's looking good for now. And then let's also change the style of the icon when you go to the video embed. Yeah, that was the one. Thank you to everyone that suggested line height. Cool. So yeah, this is the
here.
Yep. I think, yeah, same thing. The container now becomes a flex box, and then we
Selection gap.
Yeah, give it a little gap. Let's increase that gap a little bit, I think, because this text is larger, so I think it needs a bigger gap. Yeah, gap 2 is good. Yeah, I like it.
Don't autoplay.
Cool. Is there anywhere else that we need icons?
Well,
On the
put them on the create page.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. So I think we should change the buttons to be the yellow variant, and then also add the icon to that button.
And also on the list view page, the edit button there.
Yes, a good call. And the remove and add buttons for specific channels. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's work on the create page first. So on the create page, we're going to update the color and add an icon to it. So this is, yeah, in the protected directory.
List form.
Yeah, I think you were just there. Here, yeah. You can see
This
it's,
one?
yes. Well, line 55 inside of list form.
Yeah.
And so right now it's variant filled secondary. I forget which variant we used to get the yellow button.
I think it's a warning.
Okay. Yeah. And so we changed it there. There should be a button at the bottom that we need to change to.
There you go.
Looks good. And then let's add the icons. So this same form is reused for both update and create. So we're going to want an update icon, probably like a save icon. Save icon is the floppy disk.
Yeah.
Is there? Let's see if they have
A
anything
square.
for a squirrel for update. Why do they have that? Do we use the floppy disk?
Again. To see how it looks.
Let's see. Which one are you trying?
Update. I added the floppy disk.
Okay.
I need to go to the update page. Yeah.
Looks all right. This guy does not work for me. He's a mod technically, and I met him when we were in Amsterdam. But he's just a community member. I mean, he's been watching since since the beginning when we started working on this thing.
Yeah. Pretty much.
All right, I like this. Now, go ahead and like copy paste it to the bottom, and then we'll do a refactor. Yeah, because I think I can see you doing it now. Yeah, you've set the container to be a flex box with a gap. I think this is the point where, I mean, we've literally done this like 4 or 5 times where we change the container to be a flex box, and then we add the icon. We could put this into a reusable component where we could pass in like the icon in the text, and then it and potentially the variant we want. Honestly, I don't know if we're going to do that refactor because we only have a couple other places that we're going to do this. And the one thing that I think would be trickier to think about is the fact that we have different containers. So like sometimes it's a button, sometimes it's a p tag. So we would have to figure out the best way to refactor that as well. I'm okay without refactoring for now. But the update icon looks good, and then on the create page, create looks good. Let's actually change the update variant, because right now we have warning as our variant for create. But let's do secondary for update. So we're gonna have a conditional variant now on the class. And there's a way to do this with Svelte where you can basically say like, if list is truthy, apply the variant secondary, and if list is falsy, apply variant warning. And I forget the syntax for this, but if you look up Svelte class binding, we can find the syntax. Yeah, so it's the class binding keyword. So it's a prop. You do class colon, and then the name of the class that you want to apply. So yeah, right here, let's do class colon.
Colon.
Oh, you're over here.
Like this?
Yeah, and then you specify the class name first. So it's going to be, let's do variant variant filled warning. And then you set this equal to the thing we want to be truthy or falsy. So you'll use curly braces and then pass in the list. Yep. And then do the same thing for variant filled secondary, but then just do not list. Little typo, but that's okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll remove the variant on the parent here.
Copy it down below.
Cool. We might have. I think we flipped it. Yeah, we flipped it. So change it so that it's warning is not list and secondary is list. Yeah. Cool. Looks good. So yeah, now when I go to create, the button colors line up, and then when we go to edit, it has the update color. Actually, I like the change we've made. Let's also change it on the icon. So on the channel card, let's make that edit icon. It should be secondary so that it matches the color of the icon when we go into update. So components, lib, components, channel card. Did you update it?
No. Where?
Actually, I'm gonna follow you now. Yeah. It should be in the channel card. So if you go to lib, components.
Yeah, I'm in the channel card.
And then I thought it was in the. Oh no, not the channel card. The list card. Sorry.
Ah.
Yeah. And then the edit one we want to be secondary. Okay. Great. Yeah, now those colors line up. I do think the logout button should not be the primary color. Somebody mentioned we should set it to black. Let's see. I think the variant filled surface. Let's try that for the logout button.
Did I spell it correctly?
Where are you at?
A natural.
Variant filled surface? Yeah, that should be it. Let's see. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, there you go.
I do.
Update.
There is there's an outline variant. Variant ringed primary. Let's try variant ringed primary because that's going to set an outline of red, but then the color will just be the color of the thing. Let's try a primary. I think for now, America 2050 is asking about our theme. For now, we're just going to use the default theme, but I think that would be a good thing in the future to work on our own styles. Yeah, this is looking good. Okay, another spot is on the list form. When you search for a channel, the add button, we should put a plus icon on. Do you follow?
Let's see. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Let's use plus square for the icon. Yeah, this is going to be deeply nested. So there's another
Channel search.
Well, there's a yeah, and then that I think has channel card actions or something like that. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then channel card actions is the thing that has the buttons. Cool. And then again, set the container to be
Yep. Step 1.
flex gap 1. That looks good. And then on the remove button right there on line 20, let's add a minus sign. Minus square.
Flex gap 1.
Cool. So yeah, now it has the remove and add. I think we should change the color of these buttons though. Let's follow the pattern we were doing. Oh, good call, Chuzi. We should actually translate because I forgot that these are hard coded. The add and remove text. We should pull those into the translation file in a second. But let's do warning for add because that'll be the yellow color that kind of like follows the same pattern. So yeah, so do variant. Let's try variant ghost warning. Yeah, variant ghost warning looks good.
Yeah.
And then for remove, let's just do variant ghost error. Let's see what that looks like. So we have 2 create buttons just because you could be this form could get really long if you add a bunch of channels. So like yeah, I like the way this looks. So like if you add several channels, we need to fix the fact that it like pushes the page down, but eventually you could have a bunch of stuff here and we want you to have the ability to click create either from the top or the bottom of the page. That's the main reason. Okay, that looks great. There's one other spot that needs an icon, and that is when you're viewing a list, there's a button that goes to the edit page. Yeah. We need to update the variant we're using there and add an icon to it. Tony's mentioning the using up and down arrow for icons. I mean, I like the idea of plus and minus. But yeah, this is going to be the list ID layout.svelte, I think. Did you find it, or are you looking for it right now?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, here, edit. Well, we need a pencil. Or did we? Yeah, I think it was pencil. The pencil is square. One. There you go, and now flex gap 1.
Let's see. Cool. And then let's change the variant to match. Variant should be secondary. Cool.
Yep.
But yes, Tony's mentioning for the selection dropdown. Which selection dropdown?
Maybe the visibility?
Yeah, but where would the icon go? Oh, I see what you're saying. He's just mentioning that when I'm on the site, I should just use the arrow keys to change instead of like selecting. I think that's what he's mentioning.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's much more efficient. Great. I think we've done it. Let's see if I don't think there's anywhere else.
Light mode also looks fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We could switch to light mode. It's pretty good. I think like we do have to think about like potentially the list background color in light mode because it kind of clashes, but
the likes text on the list view is black on black.
Oh, you're totally right. Okay, we need to style that for when the light theme is enabled. Let's do that. So that's going to be on the YouTube channel embed component. And then I'm curious why that's not switching. Oh, it's because we set background black there. And then in light theme, it's white text. So on this p tag, we need to style for the light theme. I have to figure out how to do that. Theme? I guess we only have there's a dark selector. Okay. We should say, well, we always want the background to be black, but right? What color is the background in light mode? Or sorry, in dark mode? Yeah, but the text is white. So we have to think about this in the reverse. So what do we want the styles to be when it's in light mode? And in that case, we want the text color. So I think if we just do text dash white, white 500, and but remove the dark selector because we just need to style it for. Let's see. That didn't do it.
Maybe on the span. We also want the icon to.
It is not a color. Is it just text white? Yeah, text white is what we want.
Okay.
So text white by default, and then now when you switch it to dark mode, it just keeps text white. That should be all we need then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll do the same thing on the view count. So, or sorry, not the view count, the duration. Yeah, so on that, just add a text white. Cool, that looks good.
There we go.
Nice. Cool. I think we've done it, Faaab. Is there anything else you think we should add?
I think all the icons are done.
We did. Well, one last thing is we'll add that translation token because I completely forgot about that. Where was that in the list form? I forget where that was. No, that was in the channel card actions. Yeah. So in this component, we'll need to bring in that LL thing, and then we'll specify the tokens here. And if they don't exist, we'll have to add them.
There you go. I still have it in history.
Cool. Yeah, so we're bringing in LL, and then instead of remove, just do LL dot, is it buttons?
Buttons dots. There's no remove yet.
So let's add it. So let's just call it remove and then invoke it, and then we'll go there and add it.
Where's that file?
Yeah, the go to definition doesn't quite work, I think, because of the.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, you found it.
And now.
Yep. You do need to invoke it. Dang.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. And hey, JD does dev. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thanks for dropping in today.
There's also no ad.
We'll add an ad then. Cool. And so for people that weren't following, basically what we're doing is internationalization. So instead of having text directly in our page, we put it in that file that we were just in. And now when we add translations for other languages, it's automatically going to pull in that translated info. Cool. So that should still work on this page. That's the text for the channel buttons. Add, remove. Cool. Nice. Let's run the linter, commit, and call it a day for that feature. Cool. Linter looks good. Type check looks good. I like it. And yeah, we'll add you as a co-author on this commit too.
We have an ad break in 15 seconds.
Well, perfect timing.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Faaab. I feel like we should do more pairing streams, especially like with mods and VIPs and stuff like that. So yeah, this was awesome. I guess what was your impressions of working in I mean, we didn't really even do much SvelteKit. It was kind of just Tailwind.
No, mostly Tailwind.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Anything to shout out or anything to say?
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for coming on. We'll see ya.
Bye.
Cool. We did it. All right. I'm just gonna double check the Discord really quick to see if anybody else chimed in on wanting to pair. But otherwise, I think I'm gonna take a quick break, but I am then going to just nose to the grindstone, get some features done because we have plenty more features on the list. Cool. Yeah, Faaab did a great job. Faaab was in there just changing things, didn't even really need that much help. Cool. Oh, cool. Thank you, Paolo. Did you find the issue? It's been a good stream. You actually managed to code along. I'm glad to hear it. I think that's all you can ask for because I know people. It's hard to pay attention and like stay engaged for 3 hours of someone else coding. But at least if you can get some stuff done while you're watching us get some stuff done, that's a good thing as well. Favorite charting library? It's been a while since I've done any charting, but I forget. Let me see if I can find one. Chart.js. Chart.js is the one I've used the most. Paolo is mentioning it's something very difficult to reason about because it was literally the same component that was rendered in both moments. Oh. Huh. Like, does it have to do something with... I mean, I guess Svelte doesn't have a virtual DOM, but it does have a way of like updating the view from one to the next. But because it's exactly the same element, potentially the way that the DOM is being updated, it's hard to animate. Yeah, but Chart.js I have used in the past in several apps. It's nice. They have a bunch of charts built in. D3 if you want to really write stuff from scratch. Plotly, I think is this another one that I've used? This one looks familiar. This one might be based on top of D3. Yeah. I'm not accepting translations just yet. I want to wait until we launch. And once we've launched, that way we'll know what needs to be translated, because some of the text could change between now and then. But I think once we've launched, then I'll accept PRs, and those will be easily deployed for setting translations in locales. Yeah. I don't know if this was the issue, Mark Boots, because like technically, if we go to the home page, this one just doesn't animate, which is fine, but the others do animate. Yeah, you see how those animate? This one doesn't. Yeah, we do. And that's the other thing, is we'll need to swap out the library, and I'm not sure what we're going to use just yet. No plan for a mobile app right now. That would definitely be like a future thing. And we're using auth.js. So if you check out the Git repo, it has like a rundown of all the tech in the main README. But we are using auth.js. Do we regret it? No regrets. But we did spend 4 hours debugging a thing yesterday that ultimately we just reverted back to the way things were before it. It's an experimental library. We knew what we were getting into when we decided to use auth.js. No, I guess the only regret I have is that I spent so long on it yesterday. I should have called it sooner. I should have said, you know what, leave it the way it is. We need to change the +1 circle for dark and light. Let's see. What do you mean? Oh. It should always be white. Yeah. I think we're probably just misconfiguring and should apply it and apply it. I see. What about a desktop app using SvelteKit and Whales? I don't know how easy it would be to port this, because this does need to be running on a server. I guess it would be running it could be running on the computer inside the Whales app. I don't know. Maybe there are asset Spark. I haven't really looked too much into how we would do that, but I could see it. Like if you have like a base translation library that like doesn't even need API calls or anything, it just has commonly used words. Yeah, we probably would use Lucia. I think like Lucia ultimately requires a little bit more code, but it is stable, and yeah. We should just set this text to always be white. I mean, do we just start coding on that now? Why not? I think the ad break is over. Let me think of like one more thing to do before I take a break, because I have been live for about 3 hours and I want to take a quick break. Paraglide.js allows you to machine translate the missing ones. Does that mean it just uses like the translation API built into whatever browser they're using? Yeah, Slug is going to be interesting to work on. Filtering will be cool too. Cool. I think I'll fix that little bug that we talked about, and then I'm going to take a break. I'll take a break on stream. I'm just going to eat lunch, but we'll watch some interesting tech video. Like yesterday, we watched Computer Chronicles. We'll pick something to hang out and watch while I'm eating lunch, and then I'll get back into working on features. But what we're going to fix really quick is the text color here, because you'll see right now it's using the theme text color. Actually, I thought of another thing to fix, and so I saw somebody in the chat mention this. Right now, this says +1. If there's only one more, we should just show that icon, because the idea here is like if there's more, we're kind of like saying that there are more, because we only want to show up to 4. Like in this case, there are 2 more. if there's only one more, we shouldn't show +1. We should just show the channel itself. So if there is more than one, show the +1. Let's fix that. And in the meantime, while we're there, we will also change the text color. So this should be inside of list card. And the if hidden items is greater than 1 or greater than 0, we're showing that here. And this we just want to have text white, or yeah, text white all the time. And so now when we toggle, it stays white color, which is good. But if there's only one hidden item, just show that item. How are we doing this? We have the truncated items. Let's do this. So if the length of items is 4, then we just slice the whole list. Otherwise, we do this. So copy the whole list. And now I have a nested ternary that I have not resolved. So this all right. I think I fixed it. So now if there are only 4 items in the list, show all of their icons. But if there are more than 4, truncate it, like so. Nice. Let's go ahead and create like a big old JavaScript list. All right, of course, Coding Garden, first in the list. Shout out any YouTube channels you watch that do JavaScript or web dev. We'll add syntax on here. And WestBoss. And Fireship. Not WestBox, WestBoss. Yeah, so we'll add Fireship. Cool. And web dev simplified. JD does dev, we'll definitely add that. HunterByte is a cool one. Or HuntaByte, that's it, right? JD does dev. There you are. And thank you, Mark Boots. I appreciate you. Have a good one. The Mixed Nuts asked, how do I feel about component libraries? I've been trying out Shadsi and Svelte and Skeleton, but I don't know, I'm having trouble with how it feels to write like that versus native elements and using actions. I generally lean on component libraries. It's pretty much the reason why I'm not amazing at CSS. I'm all right at CSS. I'm really good at like layout, I think. I mean, I guess you saw me struggling with Flexbox today. But honestly, it comes more down to I don't have a lot of design experience. So like choosing colors and everything else, I'm not as experienced with. So I kind of just lean on a pre-existing theme of a component library. Yeah. Semantic Art, is that another component library? Yeah, we'll add Coding Train on there. We'll add Free Code Camp. Nice. Oh, is a JS YouTuber. Never heard of him. Semantic Art? Semantic Arts? Ooh. Let's also add Traversy Media. Probably spelled it wrong, yeah. And the .NET Ninja? The New Boston? Programming with Mosh? This is it. Josh tried coding. Yeah, I found him recently. He's got good stuff. Mr. Bees is not a coding channel. Actually, people haven't asked a lot recently, but here's the thing to consider putting the bar on the right. When the bar is on the left and you toggle it, all of your code shifts to the right. But if it's on the right, your code stays exactly where it is whenever you open and close the sidebar. That's for me, that's one of the main reasons. Because when it's over here, it's like shifting the code back and forth because it's shifting the left-hand side. Anthony writes code. Yep. JavaScript Mastery? Is that a channel? Well, he does Python. We'll still add him to the list. Oh, I don't know. Have I seen this channel before? I don't think I'm going to host anyone else today, mainly because I'm going to try to get stuff done after I eat lunch. Oh, did we add Kevin Pell? I think we did. Let's just call this dev channels. All the dev channels. And let's watch both. That's a lot of channels. Let's see how long this takes to create. It's literally caching the metadata for all videos for all of these channels. This is another thing we didn't think about is like this should have a max height and like a scroll. It is not ideal to show this many in the list here. Or maybe we can like collapse this and expand it. That's a good call, Caleb. I actually have no idea. If we have like a really long description, what does it look like? I think we added Net Ninja, didn't we? I thought we did. Hey, Keysor, welcome in. Pinterest grid style. It's taking a long time. I have a feeling it's not failing. It's just taking a long time because we are literally for every single one of these channels, we're calling the YouTube API and getting metadata. Here, it finished. It actually finished. And we're getting metadata for every single one of their videos. But now that it's in the Redis cache, when we go to the list, this is what we do need to fix: pagination and lazy loading, because it literally loaded all of the videos. But now you can see that they are more instant. Yeah, and so for any one of these videos, I mean, you can just click on it, and it loads the YouTube embed. We also pull in the description. If there's timestamps in the description, the timestamps will work too. Yeah. Applied for a level 4 software dev apprenticeship. Hope I get it. Yeah, I hope you get it too, Prince Harry. Good luck with that. Yeah, so this is an app we've been working on for a while now that allows users to create lists of YouTube channels. So what I just created was a list of dev channels. It's too big. We're honestly, one of our features that we're going to implement is limiting the number of channels you can add to a list. And eventually we can put that behind a paywall, like subscribe for premium to add more channels to your lists. That kind of thing. Get the first and last month. Actually, I mean, it could make, yeah, there's ways we can optimize this where instead of waiting for the entire cache to be filled, we just we can stream it in and pull in one page of videos at a time, because that way, like, we could very easily show, it's so slow to load. We could very easily show the first 50 videos of all of these channels, like, that wouldn't take any time at all, because right now we're requesting multiple pages of videos for every channel. One thing I miss is the YouTube embeds is the option to like. Anyone know why that is? Oh, like why the embed doesn't have the ability to like? There's no animation because I'm using Firefox. The animations only work inside of Chrome. was I doing? What was the question? Oh yeah, so when you actually click on the video, there is not a like button. You're completely right. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick 5 to 10 minute break to cook my lunch, and then when I come back, we're just gonna hang out. We'll pick some interesting videos to watch while I eat lunch, and then after that, we'll start working on features. So let's pick a feature that I'm gonna work on when I come back, so you all know what to look forward to. There probably is an API for disliking a video. We're not asking for that scope yet. I'm not gonna put that in MDP though. Yeah, when we come back, we're gonna work on the landing page. We want the landing page. Oh, watch the Rhett and Link video. I like that idea. Our landing page is very bare. So the first thing we're going to work on is let's make this thing look cool. Let's add some suggested lists or something like that. Describe the features, add like a 3-column layout. We're going to make the landing page nicer. That's what we're going to do when I come back. How many hours would the stream be? I don't know. I don't want to put a number on it. I'm going to work until I don't feel like working anymore. But we have been live for 3 hours. Okay, quick 5 to 10 minute break while I cook my food, and then I'll be back. So I will see you soon. Hello, hello. I'm back. I'm back. Um, should we just watch another Computer Chronicles? What should we do while I eat my lunch? Yeah, eventually we want this. We want to have like thumbnails for the lists. Yeah. And Aman is asking, can we remake this project in a different tech stack for learning purposes? Absolutely. You could remake it in SvelteKit if you wanted to. Feel free. And also some peel tags on top of the landing page to sort their interests. Yeah. Like tags of things you're interested in, like topics you're interested in, maybe. My lunch today is a plant-based beef and broccoli bowl. I've been eating plant-based for like the past 2 months. And that's what this is. Yeah. Did I push yesterday's code to listed? Yes? Pretty sure. Let me double check, Paolo. So on the main branch, yeah, yesterday's changes are on there. Let's pick another Computer Chronicles to watch. How am I feeling about it? Good? Wait, did I accidentally switch scenes? Sorry about that. Yeah, I feel fine. Ultimately, like finding replacements and like good food has been totally fine and really easy. So yeah, I mean, it depends on where you live in the world, but we have so many options here in Denver, Colorado. Wireless technology. Let's watch the Computer Chronicles about wireless technology. No, stream isn't over. No, I accidentally clicked the button. I mean, right now we're just hanging out. I'm not actually writing any code, but we are going to just watch a video while I eat. I'm gonna leave the sound off until the intro is done.
Chronicles the wireless revolution. We'll show you the new Merlin wireless modem from Metricom and their cool new wireless webpad. Want to watch videos on your cell phone? That's what's next. You'll find out about it from a company called Packet Video. Bluetooth is what everybody's talking about when it comes to wireless connections between devices. We'll demonstrate the newest Bluetooth technology. And we'll show you the hottest new cell phone, the Sony CMD Z5. And a clever new take on wireless connectivity, the Cyberco, the wireless revolution. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by PC to PC.
You joined
the
a stream
online
on
computer
Twitch
migration
where they
service
were reading
from
a whole
PC
Vim
first,
tutorial.
moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect.
NPX Prisma DB seed.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. If there is a buzzword of the year, this year it is certainly wireless. Whether it's web-enabled cell phones or wireless PDAs or Bluetooth, everyone is talking about the new world of wireless communications and wireless computing. So today we're going to show you the latest in wireless technology, and here to start us off is Tim Baharin.
Hi.
President of Creative Strategies, and we can always count on Tim for great, cool new gadgets, especially in the wireless field.
Yep.
What have you brought with you? And let's start out with this guy.
Yeah, the first thing we're going to talk about is the new BlackBerry from Research in Motion. This is the 975. Most people are used to the small BlackBerry device.
Yeah, it's usually a little email device.
Right,
And this
strictly
is
for
more than
email.
that?
Yeah, this is more like a PDA in the sense that it does have a bigger screen, but what it really does is have better connectivity to the internet. So as you see here, I've just checked Microsoft stuff.
All right, so I can do more than just check email. I can go on to sort of PDA-enabled websites.
Yeah, and specifically things like ABC News and Reuters and
So sports news, stocks, usual kind of stuff.
Right.
Airline schedules?
airline schedules, things of that nature. Now, it doesn't really replace a PDA in the sense it's not a really good
It's
scheduler.
not a PDA,
right?
it's a wireless information
It's a
device.
wireless information device, and of course it does email.
Got it. And how reliable is the service? Can you use it anywhere?
This is an amazing tool. Actually, I use this all over the country, and almost anywhere I go, I get a good signal. So it's actually a pretty good
2001
tool for that.
is the year.
How expensive?
This one runs between $400 and $500, depending on the carrier you
And the
get it from.
service?
Service runs about between $35 and $45 a month.
Business tool.
Yeah, very much business.
All right, let's go to the next Kyocera phone here, and this is really cool too. Explain this one.
Yeah, this is actually the new Kyocera phone that, again, it's a regular cell phone as you can see when you look at it, but when you pop down the dial, it is now a Palm Pilot.
And there's literally, it looks like the Palm OS in there.
It is the Palm OS in there, so I can do schedule and address, etc. But when I go to home, I now have this screen that I would have.
Back just a little bit, Tim. Yeah, there you go.
I have the screen as if I would have like any one of the PalmNet devices. And in this particular case, I'm going to go to American Airlines and check and see what's available on American
So again,
Airlines.
the cell phone is the wireless connection here. The Palm is acting like the little computer here. to read
Right.
it.
But what's really important to note about this actually represents what I consider the next holy grail in the sense that most of the companies are looking at trying to create one device.
Bring together
that's a
that cell phone and the
PDA. Right. And this is the first one that
It's so funny to hear. Most companies are trying to combine them, cell phone and PDA. And so iPhone wasn't the first to do it. iPhone came out in 2008, right? 2007 or 2008. They were the first to do it well, I guess. They were the first to do touch really well. Because before the iPhone, most devices, you kind of had to use a stylus. Because I used a Windows phone, Windows Mobile, before the iPhone came out, and it had Wi-Fi, it had apps. I could check my email, but you either had to use a stylus or like your fingernail to use it. But it's funny to hear them talk about the holy grail is a PDA and a phone all in one.
I've seen that really does a
Well, not even Windows 7. This would have been I forget what they call Windows CE. This was before Windows had their like touch mobile phone. Yeah, Windows CE. This is what it looked like, and it was really funny because I was using a phone that had this on there for the longest time, and then someone had a mod to like make it look like an iPhone. So like there was a skin that like gave you like the app launching UI and everything else.
good job. We had this about a year ago.
There was that old Palm that was shoved kludgy-like
Right.
into that old Qualcomm
The early
phone,
Qualcomm, right?
Yeah.
But Kyocera really has taken it to the next step. This is a great example of the next generation of these phones, and they're only going to get better as time goes on.
All right, now if we want to do some real web surfing, okay, the real internet, you've got the Merlin. That's just a real modem, a wireless modem?
Yeah, this is the new Ricochet Merlin modem from Metrocom, and it is a wireless modem, but it's 128K,
Wow.
very good speeds, and it's in the Metrocom regions like Washington, D.C. and New York
So
and
metro
San
areas,
Francisco.
just shove it in your laptop,
Yep, put it in my laptop.
full 128K
Full
access.
28K access, yeah, and I've used it in LA, in New York City, all over here in the Bay Area, and it just works like a charm.
This is sort of like the Ricochet modem that we used to have before. It was a little bigger, and now
like
it's a
a
PC
brick.
card. Like a
right, and now it's in this tiny little card.
All right, let's grab this thing over here if we can, because this is something else they've just come out with, which is what, the MetroPad, WebPad, the Metro
Right, now
WebPad.
this is actually not on the market yet, but this just to give you an idea of where we're going with it. This is the National Semiconductor did a project with Metrocom called the Ricochet Metro WebPad. This will be on the market later this summer, and basically it is a web surfing tool.
Full WinCE device.
WinCE device, right? And if you tilt it a little bit, the modem, as you saw that I had here, we've just popped another one of them in here.
Yeah, let me just turn that around and just sort of show here. So here's your little Merlin you just stuck in the PC slot back here.
Right. And now I can basically go to the Metrocom regions.
Yeah,
and
so let me turn this around here. And this is now a full, web surfing device.
web
here,
surfing
right?
device, right? And it has a virtual keypad,
Yeah.
so I can go in, type in, www.yahoo.com, and it just comes up.
Getting better all the time.
Yeah, this is a fun tool.
All right, Tim, we only have about a minute and a half or so left, so let's take a look at this baby here, which looks like just a very small IBM ThinkPad, but what's the deal with the paper pad?
Right. What this is the IBM Transnote portfolio, and basically it's a ThinkPad on this side with the screen. And here is a pad of paper that when I write on it like this, right, what I write on here will eventually show up on here. And now I take notes when I go
so
to.
you're at a meeting taking notes the old-fashioned way,
Right.
and you have a record of it inside your computer.
Yeah, it's a great tool if you want to take notes and have it on your computer instantly.
Well, and this actually goes backwards if you want to like show it at a presentation
Right,
or
flip the
something like
screen.
that. And if we fold this whole baby down,
Right.
close it up, and
Close
you've got
it up.
something smaller than a notebook computer here. That's the whole
now,
deal. Huh?
Right. Now I have basically
It's so
a portfolio
portable.
that I take off to a meeting. Doesn't even look like a computer.
God, you'll be the envy of every guy at that
Yeah,
meeting,
I
Tim.
will be.
All right, last but not least, this is a nice, simple, elegant solution to the person who wants just wireless connectivity wherever
That's
you are, right?
This is the ThinkPad, Think Outside portable keyboard.
seen that
folding,
before.
Sure. When I take a Palm 7 and pop it in, put up my screen, boy, I now have a wireless portable computing device.
You got everything. And a full keyboard,
Full
not the Mickey
keyboard.
Mouse keyboard.
Right, real keyboard.
Internet.
I go to the little word writing pad on here, go to my email program on here, and now for less than $500, I have a full wireless portable keyboard, PDA, basically everything I need
Yeah.
fundamentally on the road.
It doesn't have to be that hard.
No,
And
great
it,
tool.
And it works every
And
time.
it works every time.
Tim, thank you very much. Well, the future of wireless communications is much more than just smarter cell phones, wireless modems, and wireless PDAs. If you look at what's happening in Japan right now, we will soon be looking at videos on our cell phone screens. And one
Videos on our cell phones. Yeah, it's funny. Aman is mentioning this is where Apple gets all their ideas from. Yeah, Apple wasn't the first to do it. They were the first to do it really well, and also just make it like really consumer friendly. Like you basically, before the iPhone, you kind of had to be a nerd. You had to be really into tech and stuff to get anything like this working, or to be able to use this kind of stuff. And it was more expensive too, which is why you hear them mentioning it's like business class, because it's like most people couldn't just afford that on their day to day. Yeah. So this is 2001 is when this video is from. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I don't know if you heard I guess it was like a U.S. news story. It's not really a news story, but there were people on the field. I think it was in the NFL. There were people on the field using Microsoft Surface devices to do to run their plays and like look their plays up and stuff like that. But all of the announcers always called it an iPad-like device. And they got in trouble for it because they're like, stop calling it an iPad-like device. It's a Windows Surface. But yeah. But the reason I mention that is because like iPad is what popularized the tablet format. And so most people, when they see a tablet, they just think iPad. They don't even think like, oh, it could be a Windows tablet or whatever else. Yeah, this is 2001. I mean, this is also what you forget about in the lens of history. Like an early year in a decade is pretty much just the previous decade. Like 1991 was still basically the 80s. 2001, still basically the 90s. Sort of. I mean, but in terms of like aesthetics and everything, things don't just immediately flip into like that era. And honestly, I think when you think of the 2000s, you probably think of the teens, like, or like late knots, like 2007, 2008, and things I do feel like changed quite a bit and advanced quite a bit from then. Yeah. I think this show ended around 2001. Like, we can look at their last posted video. I guess they just post them out of order. Let's look it up on Wikipedia. Lego Bionicle was invented in 2001. Oh, they stopped in 2002. So from 1983 to 2002. Oh, I was also going to tell you, there's a colorful Oreo. I forget what it's called. I found it at the grocery store. Oreo Special Edition Pop Rocks. Popping candy. No, it's not the firework one. Space Dunk. Yeah, these are the ones. It was the last one on the shelf. We were in the grocery store, and I was like, oh, this looks interesting. And Oreos are vegan. They actually don't use dairy. Yeah, they got Pop Rocks in them. Yeah, you knew it. Also, I've got I think this is like off-brand Nutter Butter. These are really good. Okay.
Company leading the way with that technology is called Packet Video, and this is Fernando Corona from Packet Video. Hi there. Let's see what we've got. You've got a compact iPack. So what's the wireless aspect of this?
Yeah, typically you would take this device and hook it up to a cell phone, or actually have a...
Did he just say iPad? I started eating plant-based recently. Yep. No dairy, no eggs, no animal products at all. But ultimately, it's for a lot of reasons. I haven't gotten into the reasons of it, but also I don't like waste. So when I decided that I was going to be plant-based, I spent like a month. I mean, there actually is still some food in my freezer that is not plant-based, but I'm still going to eat it because I don't want to waste it. So also, it's like, first of all, about being wasteful. Second of all, about not harming animals. So
This aspect of this.
Yeah, typically you would take this device and hook it up to a cell phone, or actually have a modem stuck.
yeah, I just wanted to hear. Did he say iPad? What did he say?
Let's see what we've got. You've got a compact iPack. So what's the...
iPack. He said iPack. Compact iPack. No way! Apple stole the i from them. So when did the iPack came out? So it was released in 2000 from Compaq, the Compaq iPack. Not to be confused with the iPad. Fascinating.
wireless aspect of this?
Yeah, typically you would take this device and hook it up to a cell phone, or actually have a modem stuck in here. But not only do we work on the Pocket PC devices, within 2 to 3 months we'll actually be seeing this sort of application on cell phones themselves.
So we're going to demonstrate it here, but this can actually be on the new and improved cell phone with a color screen on there.
Absolutely.
Now, a lot of people make fun about the idea, what do we need to see videos on our cell phone? What's the point of video over wireless? But there's some practical applications.
There really are. I mean, today on a cell phone you can get WAP sort of applications, but it's text only.
Yeah.
Imagine actually being able to see traffic.
All right, well, let's do some stuff. Let's get this thing. I'll hold this thing for you so our audience can see it very clearly. And first of all, let's not forget entertainment, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, in Japan, the big market for this is just fun, entertaining stuff for kids. And what are we pulling up here?
So this is Britney Spears music video, but it could be any music video. So it could be on a...
Can we get the audio on in here? I don't hear any audio coming out of there. Is there some way to get that going? There we go.
There it is.
So that's the whole deal. Turn it around.
Careful,
go.
Stuart
Okay.
Chaffee, you're going to get a copyright strike.
So, and people in Japan are willing to pay for this stuff.
They
right?
are.
I mean,
They're paying for it today.
downloads of music videos. All right, so let's go to another example. You mentioned traffic, right?
Traffic, right.
So what can I do with traffic here?
So instead of
Wow.
looking at traffic in the morning, you can hop in your car, look at a live video, and understand which way we should go.
So this is better than just hearing the traffic report. You're gonna, like you might do on your desktop or on TV, see what the traffic looks like ahead
And
of
it
you.
doesn't need to just be traffic.
Wait. Imagine a map on your computer screen that shows you the traffic overlaid on top of it. instead of watching a video. They probably had, when did MapQuest come around? They launched in 96. Maybe it wasn't as prevalent. I guess Yahoo Maps used to be a thing, right? Or did they like acquire MapQuest?
I could check in on my kids as I'm traveling,
Right.
or from a security standpoint, I could take a look at my house, my office.
All right, well, that's two good examples. How about another one now? What about like online interactive gaming? Can you do that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we do.
Since you're wireless.
There it is, right there.
Okay.
And this is a multiplayer game where you could have somebody else on a cellular device
Right.
playing a fantasy type. This one is a Batman and Robin type
Got
of
it, got it.
game.
All right, let's move on to another example. And again, in entertainment, I mean, you could sort of watch TV on this, right?
Yeah,
That's what it basically
This is
is.
Comedy Central right here. And we've got about 100 different partners
Oh, this is terrible.
in the Hollywood area.
Kids will never get any work done anymore. I mean, you got your TV in your pocket, right?
It works great with animation like this, too.
Oh, that is amazing.
Because it's all
That
MPEG
is
4
amazing.
standard.
All right, how about another example? Let me get this back up
Okay.
there for you.
The other thing that happens is a lot of times you're on your way to go see a movie, but you're not really sure of what you want to see. The statistics tell us that really about 95% of the movies you go see, you decide about an hour before you go. So the ability to see a trailer and then decide.
So we're in the car going to the movie. What movie should we see?
we
Hey,
see?
let's check it out. There's a preview on this particular movie here.
This is The Family Man as an example. And we've actually done some studies that people
Yeah.
will view this and then make a
Sure.
decision.
Well, this is one of these things not only cool, I mean, you can see the business here. You know, you
That's
see
right.
people making
Oh, yeah.
money off of
And they
this
will
game,
pay
too.
for this.
Yeah. All right, let's go to another example now. We talked about TV like watching South Park and stuff. You could watch the news on here if you wanted to, right?
The nice thing about the news is that it doesn't. This
Here it is.
particular one is traffic, but it could be all kinds of news. It could be pushed to you. For instance, you could request, I want to see the results of an election or the results of the stock
Sure.
exchange.
This really is the merger of TV and the web, and it comes wireless.
It
is
comes
what
wireless.
All right, last thing I want to ask you to show us, people have made, maybe you can stop that thing there. People have made fun of the sort of whole video phone thing for,
Right.
30 years or whatever it's been, but you can actually do, live video phone messages here, and that really is a practical thing, isn't it? Let's take a look at this. I'll turn that one around.
And here, you can actually attach another file to it. So it could be self-generated like this, or you could attach the canned video, say, to my kids. I say, take a look at this,
Sure.
funny sort of South Park.
Or, hey, here's the product we just looked at this meeting. What do you think? Is the
Absolutely.
design right? That
It's a
kind of-
great training device, too.
What is the trick here? I mean, you are squeezing what normally takes a lot of
Nice, Paolo.
bandwidth into this tiny little wireless
Well,
pipe.
the player that
you
resides
found
on
it.
these devices are very, very thin, but they also work in conjunction with our server product that resides within the carrier network. Or
Sorry to send you down that path. Sorry to find a bug in your library when we were demoing it live. I'm glad you figured it out, though. Hopefully it's not too crazy of a fix. I remember in 1999 when I was in college, a professor was telling me that video on the internet would never be a thing. I think people can't get past, or it's hard to think beyond the current. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's hard to predict. It really is. Oh, it's not in your library. Okay, good to know. That's a good sign then. But I mean, honestly, this reminds me of the AT&T ad. So AT&T, there's an AT&T ad that talked about like video calls, but this was like in the 80s when it came out. And their idea of it was like, oh, you're gonna go to a phone booth to do a video call from a phone booth. Because we still had the idea of phone booths. Like nobody could imagine that you could literally have a device in your pocket that would let you do video calls. You didn't have to go to a phone booth. So it's like people can't think past the existing tech that actually makes things possible. Yeah, you will. This is the one.
Have you ever renewed your driver's license? At a cash machine?
Nice picture.
You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T.
Your true voice.
Have you ever watched the movie you wanted to, the minute you wanted to?
On-demand TV.
Learn special
On-demand
ratings.
movies.
All taken from jazz.
Now any questions? From faraway places.
Oakland? So where did jazz come from?
Good question. Or tucked your baby in. From a phone booth. You will.
Like, I mean, I don't know if they ever had video call terminals, but to me, the idea wouldn't catch on because you typically want a video call to be a little bit more private. So, I mean, we have video calls on phones now. We just literally carry it around in our pocket, and we don't, don't have to go to like a public shared booth to do a video call. I'm curious when the You Will ad campaign came out. AT&T, You Will. So this came out in 1993. All right. Not the 80s, but still, in 1993, they were predicting the modern world.
And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T. Have you ever kept an eye on your home when you're not at home?
Smart homes.
Or gotten a phone call?
Hello. How was your day?
On your wrist.
Beautiful.
You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T.
Your true voice.
Have you ever opened doors
I'm home.
with the sound of your voice? Our card, please. Carried your med.
The ad break is starting, and we're sitting here watching an ad for AT&T. All right, I'll pause the video while the ads are on. One of these in good shape must be expensive these days. I'm curious. It's not horrible. Like $30, $50. I mean, these may or may not be working. Thanks, Platt. Yeah, I enabled like transition animations in OBS. Actually, I believe it's an OBS plugin created by Finite Singularity. I think. Does it move? Maybe it wasn't. He did a lot of other ones, though. He did the blur one. So whenever I do this, he made that. I'd be curious if they have any like working for this cheap. Pocket $30. Looks like it boots. It's working with a leather carrying case. Wow. I still can't get over that they had the name iPack. Similar arguments can be made about VR because it's tethered, so you can't really move around. Yeah, completely. I mean, I like the Apple Vision Pro is also ahead of its time. I mean, you can, even looking at the price, like the average consumer can't afford a $3,500 thing. It's really for just early adopters, businesses, and that's going to help them like work out the kinks. And eventually, when it's literally glass, like yeah, I think that's the other comparison you can make is like how big and bulky it is. Like it technically is wireless, except for the battery cable that you have to have. But it is like untethered compared to like other VR devices. But eventually, when it's literally just glasses or contacts, that's when it's, I think, when most people will be excited about it, and when it's more affordable for the average consumer. Probably not Acid Spark. I would imagine you'd have to replace it. I don't know. The MetaQuest 3 is untethered. I'm out of the VR game. I guess, is the MetaQuest 3 one where you put a phone inside of it? Or is that's the Samsung Gear VR, isn't it? You like your Quest 3? I think one of the things that initially turned me off from it is you have to have a Facebook account to log in. But I think they changed that, right? Because Meta purchased Oculus Rift, and now Quest 3 is a Meta product, but ultimately came from the Oculus Rift division. Yeah, I've watched the videos from MKBHD on the Apple Vision Pro. And I mean, he makes a lot of good points. I think especially about like the interaction, the fact that you can just do simple like snaps and clicks to get things done versus having to use controllers. That's another step into making it like really seamless. So those of you that have the Quest 3, do you just use it for games? Or what do you use it for? Because like that's the thing about Apple Vision Pro is like they didn't even call it a VR device. Their big selling points, like in the ads and everything else, were that were like being able to watch TV on like 200-inch screen, or being able to use it as an external monitor for your laptop. The Quest 3 has a desktop app that you can use as well. May not be as seamless though. Yeah, so you use yours to link your computer and get like 5 monitors. That's what I've seen people do before. I'd be curious how it compares to the Apple Vision Pro. And Caleb is saying the Retina and eye tracking technology is uncanny. I guess that's so. I know the Apple Vision Pro has that. Does the Quest 3 have that? Because that's the other thing that MKBHD was talking about, where you literally just look and it knows exactly what you're looking at. And that's the other aspect of like human computer interaction that makes it more seamless. Yeah. You have a Quest 1, don't use it. But yeah, Facebook account is not required anymore. They have a special, it used to be called, did they get rid of the Oculus branding? But it's specifically a a Quest login or an Oculus login. Okay, ads are over. Let's keep watching.
Outside the carrier network, we have an authoring tool that allows you to take applications and content.
This is MPEG-4.
This is all MPEG-4, and then encode it into our format. And then together, from an end-to-end solution, you get this result.
How real is this stuff now? I mean, when can I actually use this?
This is happening today. We have a site called pvairguide.com that's video on demand. So you can actually go in and choose a video clip and look at it through a device.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, coming up next, we'll show you Bluetooth technology.
Bluetooth!
Action. Don't go away. The hottest thing in wireless connectivity these days is a technology called Bluetooth and a new emerging wireless standard called Wi-Fi, short for wireless fidelity. Here to show us these new technologies is Paul Fulton of 3Com. Welcome, Paul.
Let's
talk about Bluetooth first of all, because we've been hearing about Bluetooth for a year now. We haven't seen too many real applications out there using Bluetooth. Explain first of all what it is and what's the application for it.
Absolutely. So Bluetooth is a connection technology that we have to connect devices together. We use it for cable replacement. PDAs, cell phones, laptops, anything that you want to connect devices together but don't want the hassle of cables.
All right, so the idea is, for instance, we have 2 laptops over here. I want to move a file from one laptop to the other. Normally, I might get one of those cables and link them up and do that. I can do that without any wires.
Absolutely.
Can you show us an example of how you actually do that?
We have a small laptop here with a...
Show the Bluetooth card?
Sure.
So that's the actual, there's our little Bluetooth.
So this is a PC card that has obviously antenna that's hidden, so when you want to use it, you pop it out.
Okay.
And if we look down here, we have a Bluetooth connection manager.
This is the first time I've noticed an edit. So you'll note, I don't know if you've been paying attention to this, but the host, Stuart, he always makes sure that their device is like facing the right camera. So you'll notice that the guy starts to move the device like away from the camera, and then like Stuart comes in to back in, and then they cut to a clip of them just like holding the Bluetooth device.
Whole laptop here with a...
Show the Bluetooth card?
Yeah, and then it cuts to
that's
this.
the actual, there's our little Bluetooth.
I normally don't see edits. It always felt like really live.
Obviously antenna that's hidden, so when you want to use it, you pop it out.
Okay.
And if we look down here, we have a Bluetooth connection manager that ships with the card.
So you're going to dump a file from here to here right now?
Yes. So I'll go up here to send a file. Simply double click and pick a file to send. Of course, I can pick any file I'd like.
Okay.
And now the next thing that happens is the connection goes over to this laptop and then asks us, do we want to select the file?
All right, so the guy at this end says, yes, I'm willing to accept what you're sending me.
Exactly. That way you have some control over what you get. So I'll do that, and as we go back here, we can see the file actually being transferred. We have a progress bar. And again, this is using real Bluetooth technology.
And pop over here.
There we go.
There's our file.
And we can pull it up
Ta-da.
and transfer it over.
Okay. I could have done this with an IR port, though, couldn't I? What's the difference?
Sure, you could have. The problem, of course, is IR, you have to line up, line of sight.
Okay.
The other thing is IR is a great technology for some applications, but Bluetooth has been designed to do all sorts of applications higher than just a physical layer. It goes all the way up to applications. We can send business cards back and forth. We can connect cell phones, PDAs.
And what is the distance over with Bluetooth will typically work?
So Bluetooth is about a 10-meter technology.
Okay,
The
short
idea is to get
range.
it short range, low cost.
This kind of cable replacement environment.
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to Wi-Fi next, and let me move this guy out. We had a plug in here, but that was just for power. So
Right,
nobody thinks
the
we're-
screen dims a
Nobody
little
thinks
bit.
we're cheating on this. And bring out that NEC.
We've had wireless electricity. It's like Tesla had wireless electricity. There's a whole like conspiracy thing around Edison like not wanting Tesla to succeed and like Tesla actually having this thing this would like literally transmit electricity wirelessly. Oh, thanks Paolo. Let's check it out. By using object syntax, the transition is much more snappier, and it works if there are lists on the same editor. Let's see what changes you made. I mean, I'll review this when we come back. Thanks for all the comments, too. Quick break. Hey, what's up, MertCon? That's it, right? It's been a very long time. MertCane? Yeah. How are you? Welcome in. Okay, cool. I'm gonna check this out when we're done with the break, Paolo. Thank you very much for the fix. Yeah, commercially viable, sure, but this was 1907. You would think that if they were doing it back in 1907, it would be commercially viable at least by now. But yeah.
The laptop, and that relates to this thing over here. And what's the deal here? Now, this is Wi-Fi you're going to demonstrate, right?
Right. Wi-Fi.
For now, Paolo, just feel free to write in. I want to after the break, I want to get like right into working on other features. So, yeah, if you type out what had to change and whatever else, I'll relay it.
What is Wi-Fi?
Sure. Wi-Fi is a technology that's actually 11 times faster than Bluetooth. It's what we call wireless Ethernet.
Okay.
It allows you to do standard connections to internet that you would do on standard wire Ethernet.
So I assume the first real app is the business environment for using Wi-Fi?
Absolutely. We have installations going on now for a year now that's installed applications for all businesses, large and small.
Or so in my office, I might have a little sort of wireless server kind of thingy like this, and then I can walk around wirelessly with my laptop and access the network.
Sure. Wi-Fi allows people to be more productive. So in large enterprise, you can have people in businesses and meetings and pull up data at real time.
Okay, now is this
anytime,
real?
anywhere.
Can you show me actually getting
Sure.
on the web
This
or
is
something?
a laptop
No
that we have,
wires?
no
Okay.
wires.
No
and,
wires.
We have a card right here at the end. We can pull up a website. This happens
Thank
to
you,
be
Mr.
the Wi-Fi
Devkin. Thanks for that,
website.
Brian.
But essentially, anything that you
Okay,
do,
live on the web and, as you say,
no wires.
suspension. Pretty
Sure.
Cool. All right, now what about doing the same kind of thing in the home environment, Paul?
Yeah, the nice thing about Wi-Fi is it's becoming predominant wireless technology in enterprise and education, and now we're seeing Wi-Fi being installed in the home.
So this is sort of the home version of this little white guy you showed us before?
Absolutely. This is a home wireless gateway that you could hook up to your
Wow.
broadband
Let's let you everybody in the
connection.
back of this thing what the connections are.
Sure, you simply hook up power, you hook up your cable or DSL modem, and then you have 3 switch ports you can hook up to a computer that's next to it. Now this device, you notice, has no external antennas. It's very simple to use. As a matter of fact, for most applications, you just simply plug it in and it works.
Same idea at home. I can be walking around with my laptop, surfing the web.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, this is similar to the cordless phone technology we had, 15 years ago? where
Right.
You could take a phone call and walk anywhere. Well, now with wireless data, you can work on a patio, you can work by the pool, you can work on the couch. You can be home instead of at work and get stuff done.
It's called wireless.
Absolutely.
What is that gadget you have over there? That
So-
Hitachi pad thing.
So Wi-Fi is also being utilized not just in consumer space and business space, but we're seeing it
Probably
in
Hugo. I think all these devices.
public
do.
access areas. So this
Yeah,
is
let's sort
the
of
Yesterday we watched one on Windows 95, and they were demonstrating the autoplay feature of Windows 95, and that was absolutely a way of just like launching malware or viruses when you insert a CD or insert some removable device. Yeah. Paolo's mentioning, basically, given that we're using the same component in both sides, we're checking if the page we're going to had the ID in the apply immediately, and if the page we were navigating. I see. So more complex than just. Okay. I see. So not necessarily is a bug in our own code in that we need to check which direction we're navigating from to determine if we should apply it or not. Cool. Sony malware? Oh, I guess you're talking about, I don't know if you're talking about the same thing, but there was a thing where I think it was Sony that put copy protection on their CDs, and it was basically like it would install a rootkit on your computer if you attempted to put a music CD that they made into your computer to try and copy it. That was a thing.
Turn that up so we can get a good shot.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure, this is the 3Com Park, or the San Francisco 49ers.
So what do I do with this?
So there's a wireless network that's set up there, a 3Com wireless network, that allows you to pull up this website or others to order drinks, to check
like a
FML
rented
scores.
device like this when I'm at the ballpark?
Absolutely.
And then access scores, access the web while I'm watching the live game.
Absolutely.
Like I was doing at home when I was watching
Now,
on
it's
TV.
not just at stadiums. We're also seeing applications being put into airports and trains and so forth.
Real quick, I just want to take, can I pop this guy out here so we can see what, so this is your Bluetooth card, huh?
Sure, this is our Bluetooth card. Again, the idea is that the antenna is hidden,
Okay, let's
so it
hold that
doesn't
real
break.
steady so everybody can see that. And show me the antenna again.
Sure, the antenna pops out and
That's
flips
it.
up. That's
Okay,
it.
just stick it in the
Simple to
slot.
use.
All right, thank you very much, Paul.
You're welcome. Thank you, Stuart.
All right, well, we started out with a look at several cool new wireless gadgets. We're going to end with the same way with some more pocket-sized wonders. And here to help us out doing that is Mike Elgin, former editor of Windows Magazine and former editorial director of Portable Life, a guy who's into this portable stuff. And you've got great gadgets here. And first of all, I recognize the Visor phone. Tell us about that.
The Visor phone is a wonderful device. It essentially is a cell phone that you plug into your visor, and then you use the microphone and intelligence inside the visor to make calls. Let me show you how this works.
Okay.
I'm going to take this off.
So that slot they've been telling us we'd have applications for, we finally have an application.
They are here. And you plug it in, and as you can see, the phone comes right up like that. If you want to hold
No
that for me.
software to load or anything?
That's right.
Okay.
And so one
Yeah, I think you're right, Faaab. Faaab mentioned that. So towards the end, he's like, okay, let's take the card out and look at it. I think they use that footage in the cut later on. It's fascinating to see. Like he's like producer and host. Like you can see him like looking at the monitor, make sure he's getting the right
All
shot.
right, thank you very much. We're going to end with the same way with some more pocket-sized wonders. And here to help us out doing that is Mike Elgin, former editor of Windows Magazine and former editorial director of Portable Life, a guy who's into this portable stuff. And you've got great gadgets here. And first of all, I recognize the Visor phone. Tell us about that.
The Visor phone is a wonderful device. It essentially is a cell phone that you plug into your visor, and then you use the microphone and intelligence inside the visor to make calls. Let me show you how this works.
Okay.
I'm going to take this off.
So that slot they've been telling us we'd have applications for, we finally have an application.
They are here. And you plug it in, and as you can see, the phone comes right up like that. If you want to hold
No
that for
software
me.
to load or anything?
That's right.
Okay.
And so one of the great things about making a call here is I'm going to go to the address book. I'm going to bring up your name here.
So you don't need a separate carry around your PDA, carry on your cell phone, two different databases of numbers. You can dial a call right from your Palm address book.
That's correct. Once you have the phone number in this device, you can forget all the phone numbers because this will remember them for you. I'm going to click yes. It'll turn on the phone and just dial the call.
Huh.
And the sound is pretty good. You know, it's not as good as some of the better regular cell phones.
Right.
But you can also do data, email, web surfing, all that sort of thing directly from the PDA. You can also put in a headset and use the device looking at it.
I'm assuming they were real numbers. His phone is ringing right now. I guess this is one of the maybe one of the first PDAs that could make phone calls. Like they were talking about this idea of combining PDAs and phones.
But there's your call.
It does work.
That's right. I'll go ahead and cancel that.
Okay, I'll turn that baby off.
But it's a very easy.
And as we saw before with Tim, there's another way of integrating the PDA and the cell phone into one device. You carry one thing, not two.
That's correct.
All right, what else do we have here now? You've got that very cool Sony phone. What's that about?
That's right. This is a Sony CMD Z5, available only in Europe right now, but very popular
And what's
there.
the big deal about it?
Well, it runs the Microsoft Mobile Explorer browser. Now, I have to say that this is going to be available in the U.S. within a few months. I don't know when, but probably this summer.
So real full-blown browser inside
That's
here?
correct. Not only WAP, but also regular HTML.
So you
web
can look at
surfing.
HTML pages on the cell phone.
That's correct. We can go to the Computer Chronicles site. We can go
Oh.
anywhere
Dev King.
and surf the real web.
Why? Why did tip? Thank you for that. Who says it's always a pleasure to watch you? Well, thank you. We're watching something else while you're watching me, but thank you very much for that $5 tip. I appreciate you.
It's a fantastic phone. It uses POP3 email and even Exchange email. It has a built-in answering
This
machine.
GSM?
That's correct.
Okay.
The GSM phone has a built-in answering machine. You can actually have different messages for different people
Depending
who
on
call.
who calls? That's
you're-
what I've always wanted,
That's
right?
right.
The
You're-
business one and the fun one.
That's exactly
Yeah.
right. And as you can see, this is a fantastic looking phone. Very popular. It has a big cult following in Europe.
So that's going to be the ultimate little mobile web browser, right?
That's right. Also, I have to point out this jog dial.
Oh, that's the famous Sony jog dial, so really
That's
easy to
right.
navigate.
That's right.
Pretty cool.
Fantastic phone.
All right, now show us the headset, because that's everybody's
Okay.
nightmare is drag. You know, if you don't want to blow your brains out with the transmitter, everybody's
That's
carrying
right.
around these strings.
Blow your
that are
brains
hanging
out with the
from people's heads,
transmitter.
You're in
right?
Silicon Valley, you see people driving, and you think, well, they're going to cause an accident. You've got all this stuff. It's more convenient than holding the phone, granted, but you've got this cable to worry about.
It's a nuisance, yeah.
That's right. Now, we're talking
The
about
new
the magic
deal
of
is-
Bluetooth. This is
Wow.
a Bluetooth headset from Plantronics.
Huh.
I'm going to put that on, and I can walk around and talk from a cell phone.
So like Paul said, cable replacement, that replaces the wire. That earpiece is talking to your cell phone.
Mergain,
You can talk.
thank you. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Saw your Laravel Tri-Day on my YouTube homepage, and have been trying to catch you live since then. I was a student last time I was watching your streams, and now I have a job. That's awesome. Who says? And then thank you for inspiring me, Mert John. I think I forgot. I feel like I used to remember how to pronounce your name. Mert John, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and that's awesome that you're working now and employed. Fantastic. Kayla says, I still remember my dad getting a BlackBerry and playing with it. I never played around with Blackberries, but I did have a Palm Pilot. And I'm trying to think. Yeah, so I had a Palm Pilot. I also had like a Windows phone device. It was running like Windows Mobile. Yeah. 'Cause I guess Blackberries were definitely more like business focused, and my father didn't work at a business that would like use a BlackBerry.
A cell phone, a PDA, a laptop, whatever you have.
A
that's
Newton?
Bluetooth.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that. Is that a Newton phone? The Apple Newton? Oh, this was their PDA. Wow. I didn't know this existed. That's cool. That's cool.
Device. The great thing is that this is safer. There's a lot of controversy about whether or not cell phones cause cancer and so on.
Yeah.
This gives you a lot of distance, up to
Well,
30
there's
feet.
no real transmitter in your ear there.
That's right. The
sure.
Bluetooth, people should understand that the Bluetooth signal is totally safe.
Baby little signal.
That's right.
And it looks
so-
very cool, Mike.
Yes, it improves my face enormously.
Now, let's turn to our next gadget, which are these I love. This is the Cyberco.
That's
and tell us
right.
what the story is on Cyberco.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and press and hold
Turn
the escape key to
this
turn it
on.
on.
Okay.
Whoa.
This is a device for teenagers and older kids. It does absolutely everything. It has a Spanish-English dictionary. It's an organizer. It has email.
So let me understand. We're on a little wireless network right now, but I just heard you just did something. Just mine just buzzed.
It just buzzed because they recognized each other. They are now communicating with each other. And one of the things you can do that's fun is games. Let's go ahead and play a game, Stuart.
Okay, so-
you don't have to do anything. I'm going to go ahead and...
Sure, I'm going to send a message to me saying, Stuart, you want to play a game?
That's exactly right.
So we're sitting in class and it's really boring and we're on opposite sides of the room.
That's correct. And after I send you the answers to the
Okay.
test, we can go ahead and play this game. Now,
After I
what's
send you the
happening
answers
is
to
it's
the test.
asking you, go ahead and say, yeah, just hit enter there.
Okay, so I'll hit enter and say
That's
yes, I'm
right.
willing to play the game.
And we'll go ahead and start the game.
What game are we going to play here?
This is darts.
So you invited me to play a game of darts.
That's right. And for parents, this is much safer than real darts. Okay? So it's go ahead and it's your move, Stuart.
Oh, okay. So I've got to see if I can actually see
just
this
hit
thing.
enter and
Okay, I see. So I have to time that little thing there and hit.
and because we're wireless, I see where your dart hit. And the interesting thing about this in terms of games is that they put up one game a day, free of charge. You can download them
Download it
every
from us.
single
It's got an
day.
internet connection here somewhere.
That's right. You
Go
hook
to my
this up
PC.
to the PC and download games. Now, there's an interesting wireless element to that. You can take one of these and hook it up to your PC and run a special application, which makes this the server. Now, the other Cybercode...
Josiah is mentioning implementing darts in JS. I've never seen a darts game that was like that, where like you have to stop it on the x-axis, then stop it on the y, and then like that's where you hit it. That would be pretty easy to
There
implement.
are
I
up to
think.
100 other Cybacos within 300 feet range now have an internet connection.
Amazing.
Live.
This is $99, isn't it?
$99.
Cyberco.
Great for kids.
Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that's our look at the latest in wireless technology. Don't go away. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week.
Fascinating.
Pick of the week. This is a computer game I've been waiting for 15 years. Way back in the mid-'80s, there was a great game for the Apple II called Robot Wars. You programmed these little robots and then put them into a battle ring, and they would compete against other robots for survival. Of course, since then, Robot Wars has become a TV show. There's even a spin-off called BattleBots. The problem with those robots are they are physical objects. You need to know how to build stuff. The beauty of this new game called Mind Rover, the Europa project, is you build virtual robots in software. Now, this is not like other BattleBot games in which you simply build war machines and then navigate them. With Mind Rover, it's all about programming. You build the intelligence into your robot and then let it go. Once you put it in the ring, it is a robot. It makes all its own decisions based on the logic you gave it. Programming is pretty easy. It's all point and click and drag and drop. It is a great mind challenge, terrific fun, the kind of game that will keep you up all night long and you won't care. It's called Mind Rover, the Europa project from Cognitoy, and the game's motto says it all: think more, twitch less. That's it for this in the game, and you won't care.
So I've been paying a lot of attention to like editing and cues, and I just want to show you what he did here. So he maintains eye contact with the camera, and even when he picks up the game, he doesn't even look away. He literally just stays looking this way, and he holds the game so that the other camera can get like the perfect shot of it. Watch it happen.
You need to know how to build stuff. The beauty of this new game.
Look at this. Doesn't lose eye contact with the camera. Holds it up, and then they cut to the other camera, which has the view.
You build virtual robots in software. Now, this is not like other BattleBot games in which you simply.
Now, he could be reading from a teleprompter. I mean, he probably is, because he has a lot of stuff that he potentially would have to memorize. The other thing is hitting his cue to turn to the other camera.
Care. It's called Mind Rover, the Europa project from Cognitoy, and the game's motto says it all: think more, twitch less.
Oh, he said twitch. That's what you're saying. You go. Think more, twitch less. Yeah, and then here's the cue to switch to the other camera.
The game's motto says it all: think more, twitch less. That's it for this edition of Computer Chronicles. Thanks for joining us. If you have questions about anything you saw on this week's show, please check out our website at computerchronicles.org. Hope we'll see you here again next week.
Thanks, Stuart. Cool. Yeah. This show is great. And I think the YouTube channel is actually run by Stuart Chaffee. Maybe not. Is the site still on? Let's try. Well, you can go to Stuart's website. You can't. It expired. Oh no. Computer Chronicles. .com. And that site might not exist either. A lot of the episodes are on the archive as well. But check out their YouTube channel. Go sub. Watch there. We can look on the Wayback Machine. Let's see. ComputerChronicles.com. Yeah, the last crawl was in 2007. Is it .org?
Site at computerchronicles.org.
You're right. Yeah, last crawl was in 2005. Also, I have no idea what this is going to be. So let's see. New homepage location, computerchronicles.org/index.asp. Paolo was mentioning I was adding the view transition to the list of videos, but based on how it's structured on the page, it's not possible with view transitions. Ah. Is it because it's a nested route? We're not actually going to another page? Is that the issue? Yeah. Here it is, computerchronicles.org from 2005. They have episode archives on their site. ADODB error. Dang. Questions or comments? Contact us. So so you're talking about the video tiles, right? Right, Pablo? Just to know if I get what you're talking about, like these here. Like if you wanted to transition them from here to here, you can't because it's the same page. Is that what you're talking about? Stuart's 85. Fascinating. Cool. That was really fun. Go sub to that YouTube channel. And I don't know if Stuart Chaffee is on the web, but if he is, go follow him everywhere he is, because that show is awesome. And we get very entertained by it. Yeah. So basically, we're almost just like we're inserting a new element here. We're not going to a new page with a new set of elements. Yeah. I think instead of view transitions, ultimately I would just have like on-page CSS transitions. Like the section with the video should expand instead of just popping up. Like it should like get larger. What do you mean remove the one below? Oh, like I see what you're saying. So like when you're on this page, the card is no longer visible. We have to think about that interaction, because we're going to think about how the interactions on this page work in terms of like filtering and ordering and stuff like that. I see what you're saying though. So like when you click it, move it to the front, and then page transitions can kick in to actually like navigate it there. That's the other thing, is we're going to be adding pagination too. He's on Twitter. Follow him on Twitter. Huh. Cool. I guess I hadn't heard of Net Cafe. Was this another show? Currently producing a variety of media and technology projects. Net Cafe. Stuart Chaffee. Oh, the card morphs into the video. Oh, that would be sick. I like that. Well, I would hold off on it. I like what you're thinking, and we'll have to think about how we work on that. But ultimately, we need to rework this entire bottom section. I'm not sure how that's going to work just yet, so we'll hold off. But I like the idea of like, yeah, you click this, and then it literally animates to up here, because that's what it is. Like you're clicking the video. Yeah. What is Net Cafe? Net Cafe was a US television series documenting the internet boom of the late 1990s. It was, I found it. It was broadcast from 96 to 2002. It was effectively a spin-off of Computer Chronicles. Ooh. Cool. Very cool. All right. Let's get back into it. I'm going to change my category right back, and I think I'm going to stand up for the next coding session. But next up, I am going to work on a landing page. Though I'm hesitant to work on this because it's going to require coming up with copy and like a layout. Honestly, I think I want to work on something that I know I can implement. I think I'm going to do this. So we're going to prevent page navigation depending on if there are unsaved changes. That is what I will work on. And then we'll also potentially look at list permissions. I think these are the two main things I'm going to work on before I leave today. Yeah. Might be possible to make that transition stay there for as long as the iframe from YouTube didn't load yet. Yeah, ChatGPT could come up with the body copy and everything. I don't know. All right, give me a few minutes to set everything up. I'm going to lift my desk back up. And then we'll get coding. So I'll see you all, let's call it 4 minutes. I'll see you in 4 minutes. Yeah, Pablo, it needs... I'll put that third on my list. I think I won't end today until I have updated the contributing guides. Hello, hello. We're back. And we're ready to code. Are you ready to code? I'm ready to code. I'm standing now. I think the angle's good. Yeah, we should be good. Actually, how much higher? No. I don't want to raise my laptop now. Oh. I put my ring light on. It looks like the lighting is okay though. Like that. Ooh, cool. What are we coding? If you're just joining us or you haven't been watching all day, we are working on this app, which allows users to create and share lists of YouTube channels. So we have this list, for example, cooking channels, and it combines all the videos from these 4 channels into this list of videos. And you can also do things like combine channels of similar creators, like the Good Mythical Universe. And yeah, that's what this app does. So, will we still be shipping to prod by tomorrow? Probably not. Let's call it Thursday. Like today, we did not. We technically only got like 2 things done today so far. I want to at least do 2 more. But I'm at least going to do this. What's happening? I'm at least going to do these features before I end the stream today. I'm at least going to do this, and then tomorrow, I'm very likely just going to have to keep working on this stuff. I enjoyed the fact that we did some pair programming today, but it was slower than me just trying to do these things. So let's call it Thursday, where it will try to be deployable. First of all, let's merge the change from Pablo. Let me make sure I don't have any other changes locally. I've never heard of the Hugo game. Oh no, it's not your fault at all, Paolo. Like, we've been wanting to get you on stream for the longest time. I think this is the perfect fit, because you do Svelte. We were doing Svelte stuff. Okay. I want to see what changed in here. Oh yeah, we fixed the bug on that page. And it was not your fault either. No, it was no one's fault. I think it's good that we got the community involved, and it was great to see you guys on the stream because we see you in the chat all the time. All right. Show card avatar if only 4 channels. It's kind of Bob's fault. No, it wasn't. Not at all. Faaab did great. I would gladly work on a team with Faaab. I guess that's true. You were on the IRL stream when we were in Amsterdam. Okay, so I pushed that up. I'm going to try to merge in the fix that Pablo sent us. And Liminal, thank you for that prime. I think I need to turn my sound back up. Appreciate you. And so earlier, Paolo was helping us get some view transitions. So the fix is bring the list ID into the avatar component as well. And then if we're navigating from the main page to the detail page, navigate for this icon. Thank you, Liminal. I do appreciate that. But if we're navigating from the detail page to the home page, only apply if we're coming from the list that we were in. Great. And then everywhere that component is used, pass the list ID. Yeah, this is great. I'm glad you figured that out, Paolo. Sorry you had to debug it for so long, but yeah, so all the checks passed. How do I add my approval? Can I not see it? Well, I think I have to do it under here, don't I? Yeah, review changes. Approve. Okay, that's the other thing is I didn't want to take you away from your family. I felt bad for that. Here we go. Yeah, you're mentioning that Hugo game? Is that what you're talking about, Josiah? Yeah. Okay. We got the change. I'm going to pull it down because I'm on the main branch. If me and my wife are both in the same room, my son will not sleep. Well, that is unfortunate. He wants to be part of what you all are doing. Okay. And then let's actually test it out. If we run the app and then view it in Chrome, we should see some nice transitions now. I noticed in my workplace, LGTM can mean looks good to me and also let's get this moving. I've never heard it referred to as let's get this moving, but I could see it. Hugo, you made a game, Hugo? What are you talking about? All right, so if we go to this list, we should see those 4 icons animate and spread out to, there they go. So you saw that they animated from where they were to the cars that they were in. And if we go back, they animate, that's such a cool animation. I think especially when we're, like, for whatever reason, it's slow when we're navigating to the page, but when we go back, boom, they just all shrink back in. Wow, that's so cool. Love it. Thank you, Paolo. Thanks for figuring that out. What's up, Ashley? Welcome in. All right. I am first going to check out a feature branch. I'm not going to work on other animations for now. I think what's nice is we have the foundation for view transitions, and those are going to be pretty easy pull requests if people want to add transitions to other aspects of the application. So yeah. Yeah, CJJS. Yeah, I had that as a sticker. I'm going to check out a branch, and we specifically are going to work on this. Prevent navigation if we have unsaved changes, and just also disable and the update and save button if there are no changes. So, preventing navigation will ultimately detecting unsaved changes. That might be tricky. I don't know how we set it up before, but we do have to set that up. But we're going to check out a branch. We're going to call this list edit UX. And the first thing we'll do is we'll look at that list form and see how can we detect if there have been changes to the data in the form. So this is the form that loads whenever you go to... Oh, the app is down. This is the form that loads when you go to the create page. And right now, this button is enabled. And it shouldn't be because literally the form isn't even filled out. So I need some way to know, has the state of this changed? And I was thinking, like, I think we use like form actions, so we might not have even been binding the inputs. And if we're not binding the inputs, then it's kind of hard to keep track of, has the state of the form changed? Yeah, because we just have the value here. Yeah, so we're not using list binding at all because we're doing a form action. And if I want some kind of client-side state in order to disable that button, we need to be keeping track of these inputs. I am going to take a look at Superforms. People have suggested Superforms for Svelte in the past, and I'm going to see if this can easily solve our problem. Tell me about it. Create your schema, do the validation. The client side, we get the form. This is not the same one we use for React. No, so for React, I used one called React Hook Form. This one? This works with hooks. Well, not that one. Is their site down? Their site is down. That's the one I used for React. And it also allowed you to use Zod validations. Okay, so we have super validate. Populate the form from the database. Find it. Return the form. And then this form can be used on the client side, I'm guessing. So we grab the form. Yeah, and then this gives us each of those values that we passed from the server side. I hope it's some kind of temporary error. Yeah, I mean, you can still find it on GitHub. It's real. It's a thing. So this will be cool. Let's look at the server action piece of this form to see what's happening there. So this is going to be list. For example, right now we're in list create. So page.server is going to have our create action. So when this gets created, we're already creating a Zod schema. And we're already grabbing the form data and then validating it and creating it. Okay. For the render of the page, yeah, the load is where we also want to do this. But load would be for edit, not create. So how are we doing that in load? We have no load function. Does it get passed in from the parent? Oh no, here's our load function. So the load function gets the list and then returns it to the front end. If we were to use this library, we would just pass in list to super validate. Okay. This seems reasonable. I think the one tricky part is the list, the way that we're handling adding and removing YouTube channels isn't straightforward. It's not, as you can see, we have like a list of channel IDs that we get back. And then whenever we update and save, we get all of the channel IDs from the form data. And then for each of those, we manually put it into the DB or update it in the DB. Whoa! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Gansi Pazzo, good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. We're working on some Svelte codes. And this is my break timer, so we can just take a quick stretch. Welcome in, welcome in. What were you working on? Welcome in, raiders. Good to see you all. Yeah, shout out. I don't know if I'm following you. Yeah, do you normally stream in Espanol? Or not? Yeah. Hablo un poquito Espanol? Not much. I don't speak much Spanish. I was trying to learn for a while. But I only speak a little bit of Spanish. It's slow and in Spanish. So that's the tricky part, is I speak English and I speak really, really fast. I think I tend to enunciate, though. So I do think that for anybody where English is your second language, at least I've heard, it's easier to understand what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, I assume so. I think like most people on Twitch, even if you're streaming in another language, a lot of people are like bilingual. But yeah, thanks so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Let's see what you were working on. So ChatGPT personalization and integrating it into your new Next.js app. Did I translate that correctly? That's awesome. Oh, and you work at Vercel. I didn't know. Wow. That's awesome. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. We are working in SvelteKit. So you were in Next.js. Now you're jumping over to the Svelte world, and we're working on this app. I call it LISTD, and it lets you create lists of YouTube channels. So for instance, I have this list called cooking channels, and it has Babish, You Suck at Cooking, Internet Shaquille, Maddie Matheson, and now I get a feed of all the YouTube videos from those 4 channels. And for instance, I mean, we have a lot of work to do, but this list has over 15 developer channels. It's actually really slow to load. This is something we have to fix. But you can see it has all of these YouTube channels in it. And then we have a list that has all of the videos from all of those channels that were in that list. Do you have a YouTube channel? Let's search for you. There you are. Yeah, we can make a list for you. And so, I mean, you technically can create lists with a single channel if you really want to, but what happens is when the page loads, it reaches out to the YouTube API and then caches all of the metadata for all of the metadata for all of the videos, and then pulls those in. And so now the next time we visit this list, it loads pretty quickly. And I mean, let's just add both of us in here. So if I put my, yeah, that was a funny thumbnail. If I put my YouTube channel on there too, then this will be a feed of those two. So you can see my videos with Gonsi's in there too. Yeah, so that's the other thing I'll probably work on this tomorrow, is setting a limit. So the max number of channels you can add to a list, because like right now, as you can see, it loads really slow. We're gonna try to make it better, but we might limit you to like 10 or so channels in a list, maybe 9, because that would like fit nicely in a 3-column layout. So you're limited to 9 channels. And then eventually we'll add like a monetization. So you can subscribe to premium and then add more channels to your list or something like that. And what's up, Coffee? Welcome in. But the thing we're working on right now is our list creation user experience. So when we go to the create page, right now the create button is enabled, even though we haven't even, even though the form is not valid. So what I want to do is I want to make it so that this button, you can't click this button unless the form is valid. And then in the other way, when you go to edit a list, you shouldn't be able to click this button unless there are actually changes on this form. So that's what I'm working on right now. And we're looking into this library called Superforms. So it's built for SvelteKit. That's the other thing. I didn't mention the tech stack. So if you go to the GitHub repo for this, we have the whole tech stack listed in the README. But we're using SvelteKit, which is like the Svelte version of Next.js. So like Next.js is to React as SvelteKit is to Svelte. I will ask why are the transitions not working? Well, so that's the thing. Paolo came and helped out today. So Paolo does a lot of Svelte work, and he added view transitions. So the issue is view transitions only work inside of Chrome. So if we go in Chrome, you'll see they have these really cool transitions. Like when you go from one page to the next, like the icons animate between the 2 pages like that. So Paolo helped us with that today. But it only works in Chrome. It does not work in Firefox, which is the browser that I use. So yeah, that's where we're at. Welcome in. Feel free to ask any questions as we go. And we're in an ad break. That's really unfortunate. While the ads are happening, I'm going to determine if I want to use this library, because this library is supposed to help with data validation and form loading and everything else. And the one issue is right now, that list of channel IDs isn't straightforward. It's literally an array of channel IDs, and we're not actually validating that. Or maybe we are. Oh, we are. This is like a little hack to turn that list of IDs into an actual array. I think that's the issue. Yeah. And then from there, we validated. Okay, but yeah, the validator is accepting an array. All right, I think I've been convinced that this library will work for what we're doing. Yeah. Right now, you need to be logged in to create lists, but if someone has an unlisted list, so you can set the visibility of your list here to unlisted. And so if it's unlisted, then anyone can view it. So if I go into like a private tab, you can still view that list without being logged in. And right now, the homepage is super bare. This is another thing we have to work on is the homepage. And we're going to make it so that the homepage will show you like popular lists and things, so you won't have to be logged in at all. Okay. I'm going to use this library. Here we go. I'm going to install it as a dependency. Yeah, you're right. We haven't added the actual backend authorization just yet, but we're going to. The plan is to do that. Cool. And so let's get this working in the load function for edit, just to see that. And oh yeah, I'll wait for the ad break to be over. Yeah, I own the domain that we're going to deploy to either tomorrow or the day after that. Yeah, so the metadata we're saving is just from the YouTube API. So it's all of what just happened? Oh yeah, the app is restarting up. Come on. I restarted the dev server, so here we go. All the stuff that you see here. So view count, when it was posted, like count, duration, description, and then we also have like this. What is happening? Optimize. SvelteKit is being weird right now. But one thing we also implemented is like timestamps. So you can load the description, and then these timestamps are actually clickable. But description, view count, all of that is cached. But you might note that because we're caching this metadata, if the view count increases or the like count increases, right now we're not showing the like most up-to-date value. Right now it only updates once every 24 hours. That's on our list of things to fix as well. Basically, like when you go to a video, update the metadata so that it's closer to real time. Okay, we're gonna now work on this edit page. And so I'm gonna update this edit page to use this library here. So we already have the load function. It wants us to pull the schema out. Let's do that. So yeah, we're on the edit page. We're going to pull the list create schema. Oh, this was the issue though. It still should be fine. Maybe we pass in LL to get it, but we're doing internationalization. And so our error messages are internationalized, and the library we're using doesn't work unless we're inside a method. We can't call it at the top level. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to extract this into a function that returns the schema using LL. So create list, create schema is what I'll call it. And you pass in the instance of LL. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Another quick break. Yeah, people have mentioned Valabot before. I still haven't. I'm still just using Zod. So, okay. We have a function, create schema. This will take in LL. I have to figure out what the type is, and then we just return this. Now, what was the type of LL? Translation functions. Yeah, so now this creates the schema. We can use it in two spots. So we're using it there, but for load, we need the schema as well. So load the list, grab the schema, grab LL. I have a feeling it's not going to like this $sign here. Maybe it should be fine. Let's see. And then from their docs, we have the schema. We call super validate, pass in the schema, and that gives us the form object. So import it. Get the form. Return the form. I guess you're right. We could pass this in directly. I like that. I mean, I could be wrong, but I do believe we can only call get inside of a function. We can't call it at the top level. Because get, yeah, I think I'm going to say that is true. That's why we have to do that. We'll do that. Okay, so pass in the schema, we grab the form. The form now becomes available within the template, so we can use it. So in page.svelte, there's a duplicate get. This would be why we put it in a variable. Like that. But now, this load function gets called when the page is rendered. We should have access to form on the other side. And, I mean, this is... Oh, I see. We pass data.form in to give us back form. Yeah, so we're going to have to do this inside the Svelte template for the edit page. And I think we're going to want to do that inside of list form. Hopefully. So bring it in. Now we might have to pass this down as a prop to this component. I think we're going to have to, because the page that renders is actually loading a subcomponent. So I think this component is going to take form as a prop. So right here, we'll do this stuff. We already have data. We create the form, and then we're going to pass the form down as a prop. And what is the type? It is a oof. How do we infer that type? It's going to be really hard. Because it's like dynamically, you can see it dynamically has that schema that came from the server side. I don't want to do any. Do we just pass down the whole data? I thought, let's see, can we access data within the nested component within list form? I don't think we can, because it doesn't know where that is going to come from, right? Yeah, it's the any type. The main issue is we're trying to reuse this list form for two different rendered pages, and the data object gets provided by what's returned on the server side. And actually, this is we will now just use this form object. think like this. Oh, that's why. Never mind. It's different. What do we do with it, though? Because we're passing in form.name, form.email. Again, I don't think there's a good way to get the type for this to be able to use within the subcomponent. Let's see if they have any examples. Hmm. And then, yeah, this one has the same type. Huh. If I could define this somewhere in a common place, we could get the return type of this function. Yeah, thank you, Percepti. Let's take a look. So, components. Forms and fields and components. By looking at a rather simple tutorial, it's obvious that quite a bit of boilerplate code gets adds up for a superform. Factoring out a form. Oh, okay. So export the type and then use that type. Okay, so this is what I was thinking. It's going to be a little bit harder to export the type because we literally have a function that returns the type. Yeah, so I have this Eddie. Boom. And then you can't see you can't see what secrets I'm typing. Yeah. All right. We're going to define this in lib schemas. So we will have a schemas.ts file. We're going to define this schema in here. We need to import all the stuffs from where we had it before. And then where does visibility come from? From Prisma. I should probably define this in the server nested lib server folder then, because we won't. It might work. I'll keep it where it is for now. So grab visibility from there. Now we export this, and then we're also going to export type list schema. How did they do it? Yeah. And this is going to be, can you do return type of create list schema? Does this have to be a function to work? Type of. Tip of? Ah, okay. We're in. And now there's the type we're looking for. Okay, this is gonna work then. So if we can define this here, we can now use it in any component that needs this type. Good. So now back over here on server side, we'll import create list schema. From schemas. And then, well, I renamed it to create list schema, so we'll call it that instead. Cool. So that should be fine. And then now, what I thought we needed to do in here, we should be able to do in the component directly. Because we have that type now. I'm going to grab these. We're going to pull these into list form. And oh, did I want to pass it as a prop? Let's see how they do it. So they grab data. And then we're going to have the list schema. And then we're also going to pull in super validated from here. Okay. So this gives us the form. Not quite, though, because it needs to be populated. Like, this is not the actual data. The data itself is getting passed down, I think, as the list. Let's get the channel ID list. Yeah, because see here we have list.title, list.description. So maybe I have everything I need then. We go back to what we were doing before. So bind the value to form.name. Maybe I'm missing something because in my server-side codes, we're initializing it with only the schema. This is a scenario where it will have data inside of it, so we need that. Where we pass the data in, which is essentially going to be like the list and the channel IDs. Okay, the form is populated with hello world. I see. We pass in like this. I mean, I think I have to like recreate the object. If we go to the list schema, like this, it's a little bit manual, but I think it's because we're pulling it out of the database. So we have to like remove all the extra properties. Okay. Description is string or null. We'll set it to be the empty string. Okay. So now, the form that we pass down should have the data on it. It's going to have title, description, visibility, channel IDs. If I'm understanding that correct. And then the thing we pass in here should have the actual data. The thing is, I might have to do this on the front end as well. Like, why is list form complaining? Data is missing. Oh, because I added an export type of data. I don't want that. I see. I see. I should pass down. Let's call this form data. And then we won't do this inside. Okay, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. At the top level here, we have a form data. And this is where we pass in data.form. Yeah. It's happening. It took me a second to get there. But now here I can say form data is form data and the types should match. They don't match, but that's okay. Yeah. And what's up, Boozy? So I did a video on working with NX. Working with NX. It seemed fine. I think the thing is when you use NX, you can actually use, I think you could use PNPM workspaces, or in the case of the app I was using, we were just using NPM workspaces. The main reason the main use we got out of NX was the project generators that it has. It very easily can generate a React project or a Vue project or a TypeScript library, and then very easily sets up linking of like your ESLint config and your TypeScript config and stuff like that. So for all of that, it worked wonderfully. Okay, my type is wrong. My type is wrong. Type doesn't quite work. That's okay. Let's make sure we're doing this correctly. Yeah, did I do that wrong? Super validated with the schema. Oh, wait. No. Wait. That's what we're passing in. We need this return type. Yeah, I'm even confusing myself. Okay. Yeah, it's a different return type. We want the return type of. Let's see if I can even figure out what this is. It's a super form of that. Yeah, okay. So I think I actually want a super form. I grab the type? Actually, import it as a type. Are you sure about that? I'm importing the type. Do I need the capital S superform? Oh. Superform Zod object, etc. And then on the other side, this is a superform Zod object, etc. But now the types do not overlap. Superform data. Superform data? Superform data, not just superform. We'll get there. Superform data. Is there no export called superform data? Okay. I thought we were so close. Well, actually, no. I think just to be clear, I think we'll do this, and then this will happen on the other side. That's the way to go. Because the way we define the type of what we had the super validated earlier, that's actually what we want. I think. Yeah, so pass down the form data and then still have to pass it into superform here. And this will be super validated of list schema. Just to confirm, if I make this super validated list schema, the type on the other side should be fine now. It is, yeah, so I can pass that down. That's the right type. But now inside the component, we'll just call superform here. And then we pass in the form data here, and then we get back form. Okay, I think we've done it. I think now that we have this form, we can use it and we can actually bind the values. So here, instead of passing in value with list.title, instead we will do form.title. $form.title, and we'll bind it here. So we will say bind value $form dot a title. Okay. You can also remove the I'll remove those in a second. I just wanted to make sure that I could at least get this working, because now we'll bind this to the description. And then we'll bind this to be the visibility. Or not. Why did all of a sudden I lost my type completion? This way you're shipping Zod to the client. Yeah, that's this library does that. Like, I mean, in React apps that I've worked on that use Zod, you put it on the client because you want to validate it before you send the data across the wire. So, yeah. Pass in the visibility, and then the channel IDs. This is a hidden thing. And we're binding this to the channel ID list. What is channel ID list? Yeah, maybe we won't use the form for that. All right. If we've done this correctly, we shouldn't have any errors. And then when we visit the form, it should be pre-populated. So that's going to populate the title, the description, the visibility. So now when we go to edit a list, it does pre-populate them. Cool. Now, do we have to do anything extra to like get the validation? Yeah, we want to display errors. Where do constraints come from? Yeah, and then we would just, yeah. We kind of want this. We kind of, so that way, when you like submit the form, we show the validation messages. Okay. Aside from that, though, I think we should at least get this working where when we send the data, we're accessing it from the form on the server side. So in the server side codes here, yeah, and at this point, we should be able to remove list and channel ID. I think we still want to pass in channel IDs. No, we don't. We should get those from the form. I want to remove those. It's going to break some code, but then we'll just update it to use it from the form. So data.form. No, we still need the list ID. And then we don't need that. Visibility is getting passed down because it's an enum. It's a the actual type versus the instance of it here. And we are going to pass the, I mean, I guess we could pass just the list ID like this. And then over here, we use the list ID. Yeah. And then list form, we no longer ask for the list. And if we're no longer asking for the list, we should get it from the form. So form.list, $form.list. No. Items? No. Oh. We do want the list. There's more info on the list than just what's in the form. So never mind. We're going to pass the list down. Yeah, I can't understand anything either. I'm so deep in these codes. List. And then we'll pass the list down because the list as it exists from the DB has more than just the stuff from the form. There's like nested relations that we get access to as data.list. Right? Yeah. Okay. Now, we wanted to handle in the server actions. During update, we want to use Superform because right now we're not using Superform. So we will, instead of doing this manually, we will do this. The schema is going to be create list schema. The validation here will be event.request internally, it should handle all this stuff. And then we get access to the form. We're going to log the form. Form is that thing. Yep. If the validation failed, yeah, here we're doing some like manual Zod error stuffs too. So if the form was not valid, we fail and return the form. So that's what we were doing down here. Like this. But we don't have to worry about a Zod error down here anymore, because this won't throw for a Zod error. Yeah. We're attempting to integrate this library that helps us with form data in SvelteKit. That's the main thing. Why is this complaining? We're doing a big old refactor. This is some codes we wrote a while back, and we're trying to add this library in. And then we pass in the form here. Okay, if it was valid, we log it out here. And now we should be able to use it here. So title will be form.title? Form.data.title. Okay. I'm just going to destructure it here. And then that's the stuff that we put into the DB. Now, I'm curious if the Superforms is going to... We had a bunch of logic before where we were trying to get that list of channel IDs into an array of channel IDs. I'm curious if Superform will just handle it. Let's see. Let's see what happens. So, first try? No way. No way. Let's just remove Maddie from the list and see what happens. First try? What? Why didn't somebody tell me to use this library a year ago? Look at that! It pulled it out into an array of channel IDs just like we wanted to. That's amazing! Holy cram! Yeah, look. This should work too. All my cooking channels. Update. Also, does it do... What happens with the validation? So, update. Oh, I guess description can't be empty? Well, let's actually remove the required... I mean, I think technically we want the required attribute on the form for, like, progressive enhancement. But... list form. Yeah, we need to add the form errors in. I was just curious what would happen. Like, yeah, what would happen? So we're binding form visibility. I think technically we should be binding... No. Yeah, I got that from Instafluff. Shout out Instafluff. Holy cram! Definitely go check him out if you have not. All right, so if I remove title and try to submit, there was a form error of some kind, but you'll notice it's not redirecting. We're just like throwing the error away. We need to do something with the error, like display it on the page. Okay, I'm liking this library. It took me a second to figure out types because we're doing like a like a weird deeply nested thing, but error is no longer a thing. Like we're not passing back. I guess we are. If there was a like a database error or something, we're going to display it here. But if it was an actual validation error, we can just use the errors here. This library is called SvelteKit Superforms. SvelteKit Superforms. Also, what is it not like about my thing here? Yeah, so we don't handle a Zod error anymore because the Zod error doesn't throw an exception. It just is if the form is not valid, and then we pass it back. So we don't have to worry about this anymore. But if there was like a database insert error or something, we still want to handle that. So that's why that try catch is there. Okay. Let's put the form errors on the page itself. So in the list form, right here, we want to show some error message below the input. Let's take a look at how if skeleton has a way of showing errors next to a form input. Validation classes like this. Input.error. So, if errors.name, show the error, but also show the error class. So we're going to bind class input error to be if errors. So we need to pull out errors from the library here. Errors.title. Why is this complaining? Did I forget how to bind a class already? Oh, dash. No, class colon. Like that. Okay, so now if there was an error on title, we should see a red outline. Or not a red outline. That. Okay, so this is the error state. Like that. Okay. Now we also want to display the error message below it. Do they have anything for that? Like displaying validation messages next to an input? I mean, we could obviously just put a p tag right there. But let's see. That's ugly. I kind of agree, but I'm just going to go with it. I think the issue is our theme already colors this with a red outline when it's active, and that's different than if there was an error. Because the red border, based on our theme, is if the input is active. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have anything special for displaying error messages. I think I'm literally just going to put a p tag right below the input. Do they have any kind of like help text? A thicker red border? I feel like they should have something for like putting like, yeah, like help text. Help text next to, I think, input group. Hmm. Guess we could do an alert? Like an inline alert? A tooltip? No, I think I literally just want text below the input. Let's try div class alert message. What's up, Kyoto? Welcome in. Do. This, let's see. So we have the label for it. Below it, we're going to put this in a div. No icon. Just a message. And a little div right here. And the message will be errors.title. Expected valid tag name. My editor got weird on that one. Title cannot be empty. I don't like the way that looks. Do I have the wrong class on here? Variant filled error? Undefined. Yeah, well, we're going to conditionally show it. Am I okay with this? I think I'm okay with this. But really, we only show this if errors.alert or errors.title is a thing. Okay. And so now if I try to save it without a title, it says title cannot be empty. It doesn't validate on blur. Is it supposed to? Is there something I need to add to do that? And through constraints, we get browser validation even without JavaScript enabled. Okay, so we do want constraints. We pass those in here. Can we log them? You mean the errors themselves? For accessibility, we can do this too. Oh, the constraints. Sure. Yeah, why not? I'm guessing I have to do $ constraints to log it. Let's see. So title, min length required true. Nice. Yeah, these actually that's super cool. It's literally converting Zod validations into form attributes. Fascinating. Okay. Yeah, if I want, well, yeah, but here's the thing: it's like now it's doing the browser validation of you must fill this out. Can description be empty? Description can be empty, but I guess is description not getting bound? Oh, it is. If we leave it empty, it takes the previous value. That's weird, right? Leave it empty, update, keeps the previous value. I guess because it's being sent as undefined? Huh. Regardless, we're gonna do this, all this same stuff for the description. Visibility is a drop down, so you can't really mess that up. And then we have the channels. All right. What I want to know, is there a way to see if the form is dirty? Dirty is has the form changed? Because the whole reason we added this library is now it's going to be fairly easy, or it should be, to disable this button if the form is not dirty, meaning the values have not changed. Do we get access to dirty? We don't. What do we get access to? Enhance fields, form ID, message options. Hosted? Tainted. It's funny that they call it tainted instead of dirty. Tainted. Okay, so we have tainted. Now we can disable this button if tainted. I want to know if any of the fields are tainted. Oh. Well, here's the other thing that we're going to get for free. We add a tainted message to, okay, before we do this, before we disable the buttons, let's add this message here. You want to leave this page. Changes you've made have not been saved. Okay, so if I do this and I press back, it didn't work. I don't know how to get it working. Yeah, it's true. It's true. You're right, Paolo. That could be an easy way to say are any of the values, or all of the values, untainted. Try to modify the form below. By default, the tainted store is undefined. And now name is tainted. And if we try to navigate away, we get this. That is what I want. But that didn't work. Thanks, Asset Spark. Let's try just displaying tainted right here. Undefined. Title true. Okay. Well, that means for disabling the button, we literally just have to look at the tainted value. So this disabled is, are we tainted? But turn it into a boolean, so not it. And then same thing with the button down here. And so now by default, the button the button should be disabled. No. Not just one not. Yeah. Okay, so by default, you can't click this button because you haven't changed anything. I think the one issue, though, is, yeah, if we change the channels, that's not bound because I have like a custom editor for that. And then the moment we change, you can see that the update button triggers. Great. The one thing I'm worried about, though, is like right now, you can't, it's not triggering the pop-up when I press back. I don't know if there's another option to add that. I think maybe I have to do like on navigate or something like that. But I thought this would be handled for us. It's possible that because we're in a nested component, it doesn't know about the page navigation. If you want to modify the form store without tainting any fields, you can update it with an extra option. What's up, Klein? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, we're gonna be on an ad break. I'm gonna take a step away from my keyboard for like 3 minutes, and then when we come back, I need to get this working inside the create page as well. Right now, we did everything in the edit page. We need to make sure that the create page works in the same way. Yeah, see you later, Josiah. Have a good one. All right. See you all in 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. It's been another long stream today. But thanks for being here. I'll see you soon. Hello. 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 Okay, we're back. Salute. What's up, Mojito? Or Mojito. Good to see you. I think the one thing I want to fix is right now, for whatever reason, if the form is dirty, when we press back, nothing is happening. So let's fix that. Hopefully, it won't take too much debugging. We did add the tainted message. It mentioned that it has a default one. Do you want to leave this page? Changes you made may not be saved. It mentioned you don't even have to add that, because that's the default. Let's see. Superforms, painted, dialogue, not shown. Are we doing progressive enhancement on the form? We are doing use enhance. Is that affecting things? Hmm. We should be using enhance from Superforms, not from app forms. I think that's the issue. That's one issue anyways. We should be using that one, not the one directly from Svelte. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Glad I figured that out. Do you want to leave this page? Changes you made may not be saved. Cancel. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So this is working just fine. I think the other thing is, so right now, if you modify the list of channels, that doesn't taint the form. We want to update the tainted form. And I think we can use form.update for that or something like that. I saw that earlier. Actually, no, I think it was on this page. Yeah, we can say form.update when things are added. So when we're adding and remove channels, we handled that because we have like a totally custom UI for that. And then we just have a hidden form field that sets the channel IDs here. But what we want to do is anytime a channel is added or removed, we need to update the form. So I'm going to do that here. So, do I need this to be defined there? Maybe this is just going to be another listener. Here, we'll update form when channel ID list has changed. And we actually do want to taint it. So this will get called anytime the channel ID list changes, which means anytime we add or remove a channel, and it's going to actually update the form data. Hopefully. Let's see. So now if I remove a channel, the form is tainted. Great. And it's going to ask me, do I want to save? And if I update, we're hitting an error. I think update is not doing anything. No formed data returned from action result. Make sure you return form in the form actions. let's make sure we're doing that. So on the server side, if the form was not valid, call fail with the form. If it was valid, include the form. Is that what it wants? Yeah, that's what it wanted. Great. Great. Yes, this is a 6-hour stream. Yesterday was a 6-hour stream too. This is 5 stars from me for this library, Superforms. I love it. We get validation messages. I mean, that's using like native ones. We should be able to add other things like internet Shaquille and Maddie Matheson. So those get added. We update. Wonderful. Last thing, and actually I am going to make this the last thing that I do today because this took way longer than expected, but it is what it is. We need to get this working in the same way for the edit page. Because right now, or sorry, for the create page. Now, when I go to the create page, we need to do the dirty checking for the buttons, and we also we'll have the validation on the form itself. It should be pretty straightforward. The only thing I have to change is the server-side code because the front-end code is already ready to go. Add channels validation. I mean, technically channels can be empty. So that's actually super easy to fix. If we just change our schema to have a minimum length of 1, we should just get that for free. Oh, we do. Yeah, min length of 1. So we should be showing an error if in the list form if channel IDs had an error. So let's do that. We're going to copy our error here, and then below the channel IDs, make it 2? Well, for testing, I like creating lists with a single channel too. Maybe you're right, though. Maybe we do a minimum of 2. Where do I want to put this error? I want to put this error right here. If errors dot channel IDs show the error message. All right. Now, when you edit a list, well, let's edit one with less channels. If I try to remove both of those, it works. Why does it work? Let's make sure our schema is defined in the right way. So channel IDs. Oh, we're saying the channel names have a min length of 1. We should also say that the array has a min length of 1. That's what we need. But in this case, I guess we're going to set it to 2, min length of 2. So now, object. Now there should be an error because there's nothing in the list. It should hopefully, okay, maybe it's just an issue right now because there's nothing in the list. Okay, let's update that. Good. Now, if I remove these and try to save, object. Beautiful. What? Why? Because it's an array of channel IDs. Oh, yeah, that's going to be dangling. I'm not in control. It's technically I'm not supposed to access that property. It's just a linter error. Let's see if this fixes it. Array must contain at least 2 elements. I'm also going to update the schema to just say that it's an array of strings. I don't know. I mean, I guess technically we want to validate the string ID to make sure it's a valid YouTube channel ID. But it is not, I agree, it's not the most friendly error message. Let's create an error, a better error message. We'll have to localize it too. So if we go into i18n, and then in our errors, we'll say list min length. A list must have at least 2 channels. And then we'll use that in our schema. Errors, list min length. Okay. Now, I think the reason it's an array of errors is because each of the channel IDs within that array could have an error. That's why we had to do that. But my linter is really yelling at me right now. I think if I do this, can I not do that? How do I do a comment for... Oh, do it as an HTML comment? Okay, let's try it. Nice. See you later, Ashley. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Now, if I remove one, a list must have at least 2 channels. We'll add another one. Create it. Well, ultimately, the whole app is for creating lists of channels. So, I mean, that's kind of what I was saying. It's like, oh, maybe sometimes you just want a list with one channel and you're hoping to find other channels that are like that channel. So you start somewhere. I can agree with that reasoning. We'll do a minimum of 1, and then we'll update the error message. I agree. Yeah, so if we only have 1, that's totally fine. Okay, where are there are errors in this file? Yeah, we don't need to bring that in anymore. And now the create page needs to copy what happened here. So we need to pull in the form data. And define it in the server side. So let's kind of copy what we did in the server here. So on load, we do super validate to grab the form. And we also grab the schema. And so on the create page, on the server side, in the load function, we actually don't even query the database. We simply just create the form schema because when the page loads, there will be no data because it's an empty form. And then we pass the form in here. And we need to import all of these. Yep. Where does super validate come from? Here. And then $LL is going to come from here. Like that. And then we pass the form in. Cool. Easy enough. So when we load the page, pass that schema to the front end. And then formatter wasn't working. We use ESLint. I don't know if that's the issue, because we're technically using Prettier, but we're using the Prettier plugin for ESLint. So you have to use ESLint to get your formatting. You run ESLint to fix all auto-fixable problems, and that actually runs the Prettier formatter as well. Okay. Now over here, we need the form, and then we pass the form. No, we need, not just data. We just need to pass data.form down to the list form. So here we can say form data is data.form. Like that. Is that it? Create. Yeah, and then, so yeah, we're passing the form down now. And on the list form, the create button is not disabled. You are formatting with your usual format. Yeah, you can't, in our project, you can't do that. So if you run the formatter, it's going to attempt to run Prettier. You need to run ESLint, fix all auto-fixable problems. The list is not passed down because it starts as nothing. Yeah, it is not a list at all. Unfortunately, the create button is not disabled, so we're not getting any info at all. I'm curious. Well, I at least want to see. I want to see the tainted value logged. Let's just log this stuff. Let's see what we get. Tainted is undefined. This should be disabled then. Oh, it's because we update the this right here. Tainted false. Or is it update? They told us about this property. Taint. It's just taint. So if the list length is not 0, then do taint it. But if we're setting it to nothing, don't taint it. Oh, and then visibility is getting set as well. I see. Well, why? Why is visibility getting updated? I'm also going to get rid of the tainted message because it should just be the default. Visibility. I think we need to set a default value so it doesn't get updated. Let's see. Nice. Okay, that's it. So by default, you can't click this button and we can go back because we actually haven't changed anything. But the moment I start typing, we can potentially submit. But then we need to update the backend route that actually handles the post now. The post for create. Okay. Now, there's a lot of code duplication because we have the create and update, which are kind of trying to do the same thing. But ultimately, this is what we're going to want is calling the validator. And so here in the create, we can get rid of all this stuff like we did before and just do that. And then here, we're going to destructure this from form.data like that. And then we don't have to do the Zod error thing anymore. Why does this complain? Because it needs a const. And then even on success, we return the form. All right. Moment of truth. Title, test list. Wow. What YouTube channel should... Good Mythical Morning. Add it. Create it. Too easy. God. That's awesome. That's fantastic. Okay, I think we're done. We are done. I want to make sure there's no other like linting errors or any stuff. Yeah, getting rid of old crufty code is definitely fun for sure. What did I want to do? We need to get rid of those logs in the on the front end. Cool. Yeah. Let's just run my linter across the whole app. And actually, I'm also search the whole app for console.logs because apparently we had some leftover console logs. I guess we got rid of them. Cool. We have some imports that we don't need anymore. More deleting of codes in the server create. We don't need to import those anymore. Ooh, type check. Great. All right. I am going to call it there because I've been live for way too long. I mean, it is what it is. I knew this was going to happen today because we've been working on stuffs. We might even... I'm contemplating just doing a co-working stream where I don't talk through everything. I'll show my screen, but I'll have a message on the screen that just says like I'm not talking because I'm trying to fix stuff. I don't know. Yesterday was longer, but we did spend an hour like playing video games. So yeah. Check some stuff off. There's no way we're gonna deploy tomorrow, no. Because there's a lot more just MVP features we need to implement, and then a whole restructuring of how we cache API data that needs to happen. I mean, I think at this point, I'm very likely going to be streaming on Thursday as well. So I think tomorrow we're going to get as much done as possible, and then like really, really take a look at this list and dial it down to just what actually should be MVP before we deploy. That's the plan. All right, let me commit this. Update list, edit, create, UX. Yeah, we're adjusting the project plan. I think we realistically we could figure it out, right? Because like I said, this is a long list of features, but I mean, I could deploy the app as is. Will it be slow? Yes. Will it be usable? Yeah, mostly. Kinda. So, you know. We'll see how things go. I mean, ultimately, like, the whole reason I even stream this is because people like watching me implement the features and work on the stuff. If I do just go live for co-working, I feel like people don't necessarily want that. Like, why even be live if I'm not going to be talking through the code? I guess I could, at the end, after I finish each feature, I could explain what I just did. But that also is going to take more time. Actually, I'm just going to merge this into main. No use in doing a pull request. Cool. All right, here's the thing. If you look at the past 2 days, we did all of these changes. I mean, we updated our dependencies, we updated our schema, we fixed a library. This was all the stuff we did yesterday. Then, this morning with Paolo, these are all the changes we made to get view transitions working. You know, so we're getting stuff done. And then after that, I paired with Faaab, and we got a bunch of icons added. So, like, we added icons all over the place. And then just now, we updated the list UX, which was not trivial. So we added a new library. We removed some codes. I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to justify the past 12 hours of working on this app. Cool. All right. I'll be live again tomorrow. Check the schedule to see the time. Tomorrow we will not be deploying. It's going to be more feature work, but it's basically get it to MVP and then we'll deploy on Thursday. I think so too. I think we've gotten plenty done. We saw some cool stuff. We've seen actual progress. I'm not just spinning wheels trying to set up DevOps stuff. So yeah, check the schedule if you want to tune in tomorrow. Follow me over on Twitter. I have a mailing list if you want to get go live notifications. Also join the Discord if you'd like to keep chatting or ask questions or whatever else. Yeah, it's about all the friends we made along the way, for sure. Same thing over on YouTube. Join the mailing list. Check out the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. And if you're watching on YouTube and you want to join the raid, head over to Twitch, because we're about to take all our viewers and send them to another channel. Thanks for all the supports today. Yeah, Acid Spark, thanks for the resub. Mr. Dev King, Liminal, and then also Gonsi, thank you very much for that raid. Very much appreciated. And all the people that stuck around from the raid, I appreciate you for sticking around as well. Oh, and we had big donations today too. Yeah, Mr. Dev King with the 5 and Mert John with the 20. Thank you all very much for the supports. Cool. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. It's been super fun. I'm going to keep doing it tomorrow. So wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until tomorrow, here's this.